Welcome to Opinionated with Resla.
What's good, everybody? What is good? What is good? Welcome. Very late night episode of Opinionated with yours truly. I am your host, of course, Resla. I hope you guys are having a pretty good night. I was debating whether I even wanted to do this because I got in rather late and I just kind of want to relax, but I kind of still have some energy. I still feel like I wanted to stay up. And what best way to do that than to share energy with you guys? First of all, let me make sure that my volume is up because I was messing around with a couple things today. Hold up. Okay, much better. That should be better. Anyway, I hope you guys are having a good night. While I have also myself been perusing around some of the airs late night for tonight. I'm not used to being up this late unless I am closing out a show. So this is gonna be very interesting as to how we're gonna play this out today. We'll see how the rest of the energy turned out, but I hope you guys have been actually having a good one. Sorry if I look like I'm all over the place. My windows are not normally in the normal areas that I'm normally in, so I'm gonna be looking all over the place because I'm not used to where these things are right now. Hope that you guys are really good. I was taking a look at some people in other different content creator spaces, and I was also on the porch. We were just chopping it up, having a good time before we eventually went over to Rumble. So shout out to, of course, the porch team. Uh, always rock with you guys. Always the best for you guys. Anyway, let's get into a little bit of this conversation. I'm gonna be honest with you, it was something that came out a little bit as to what I was thinking about at work, but I haven't exactly figured out how I actually going to talk about it. So you're literally going to be getting me like many times way off the cuff. But before we even do that, I'm noticing because I walked in and I didn't get myself set up. I didn't know I was going to do this. That something's a little off. So let's just do this correctly. Computer, lights on, please. There we go. Now we got a little bit of some ambient lighting in the background. I just noticed it looked a little bit dull up in this bitch. Anyway, so the today's conversation that we're going to be going through is how much would it take basically for you to sell out? That's the question. Some people think that they have so much integrity and they wouldn't take them that much. And other people believe that I don't need a lot of money. It just needs to be enough to cover some of the bills that I currently have right now. Ooh, these frames gonna do it? Sorry guys, I ordered my new frames, but they haven't come in yet, so I'm trying to make sure I pick up frames that don't do too much anti-reflection. So I've been trying to figure it out. I've been wanting to wear these, but they're very reflective, as you can see. So I've been trying to figure out the ones that work best for me until I can replace these bad boys. And the idea of things just being so the idea of people with their moral compasses, if you want to put it that way, people people love to believe that they have an unshakable principle, you know, that no amount of money, power, or even opportunity could make them cross the line where they would swear, or pretty much they've already sworn that they would never cross that line whatsoever. Sorry if I'm coughing or anything, guys. Before I even came up here, I started wolfing down some ramen, so it's a little bit spicy, and I'm just cracking open this Red Bull. But let's not kid ourselves. Let's just be honest with it. Everyone thinks that, rather, everyone thinks they know where their limits are until they've actually been tested. That's just the way it goes in life, you know. It's easy to say I never do X, Y, and Z when we never had to. How's that? I don't know what that is. Anyway, I'm gonna leave it alone. When they've never had to. I mean, think about it. How many times have you seen people, whether it's in politics, entertainment, or whether you just have regular everyday folks, stand on quote moral grounds, only to turn around and do exactly the very thing that they once condemned? I always bring it down to this. Your first girlfriend, guys. Your first girlfriend. I would never put that in my mouth. And then next thing you know, they are slurping it up like it is an Italian dish. Ladies, how many, be honest, how many of you said, I would never do that when you were a young lad? And then turn around and say, oh, I love it. And to you guys, how many of y'all have been like, I would never go down, I would never do the boom boom? And y'all sitting there licking off a plates like it's nobody's business. And that's just between interpersonal relationships when we come to sexual dynamics. The activists who start working for, let's say, a very prominent corporation, they don't have to be very prominent, to be honest with you. They once called them evil, will turn around and be the influencer who goes from, I'll never sell a product I don't believe in, to promoting flat tummy freaking tea and crypto scams in order to get the quick bag. You know, the friend who swore up and down that they'd never betray your trust, by the way, until someone offered them something that they wanted more than your friendship. And here's the thing, they're not even bad people for it. How dare you, Resta? How dare you say that? They're not. They're not bad people for it. They are just human. You know, you see, morality, as much as we like to claim that it's the ultimate authority in life, it's not. Because we always have this term that says that morality is subjective. Morality is easy when it doesn't cost anything. When there's nothing to lose, morality is easy to hold on to. When it's effortless, because you can hold on to integrity. But the second that there's a real trade-off, most people start thinking differently. And I think that's a test that we're going to have to talk about a little bit today. But before we even get into that, ladies and gentlemen, of course, I want to thank everybody who's already walked up in the building, which is customary. Sasquatch, Caucasian Sasquatch has walked up in the building, says more than you think reasonable. And I agree with that. Ron walked up in the building. Thank you, Ron. Of course, Locksmith. Jeremy is all up in here. Appreciate you. Joshua Jones is up in the building as well. Let's see. We got Uncle Tom up in the building. What's going on, my guy? What's going on? And of course, we got KDK who already walked up here in the building. Appreciate you, KDK, as well as OG Do Dirty. Say hit the like button. Folks, there's already 15 of y'all in here. We only got about 7 in here. Hit that damn like button. It's free. It's the freest cost of admissions. Come on now. You know, we trying to build our way up to be able to get these corporate dollars. Come on, don't be shy, y'all. Don't be shy. Let's get us spread out throughout this algorithm so that one day we will never have to worry about a dime when it comes to one another, because quite frankly, we know we did the hard work together to build a very phenomenal platform where we can get people to start thinking instead of hearing to react. We're here to be critical thinkers, guys. We're here to be critical thinkers. We know this. So shout out to OG for actually saying that. Xanos in here, I appreciate you said $16. Damn, I hope that doesn't mean it only takes $16. That is crazy. That is a crazy thought to actually think about. Cardi's up in here. I appreciate you saying good day. Actually, good night on my side, but also saying hello to everybody in the chat. And by the way, guys, if you are also here in the building, give your hellos. Say what's up in the building. Get your voices heard, get acclimated, say your hellos, say your goodbyes, and also have conversations, because that's the entire point of our platform. Most of the time, we do small talk. Here, we're not about small talk. We're actually having prominent and very peripheral engagement. So let's just make sure that we get a little bit into that as well. Who else do we have here in the building who's actually showing up? Let's see. Mark, my guy Marcus already came in. He's already said salute, giving everybody their stuff. Here, listen. You come on. You already know I had the ramen. You already know I had the eggs, and you know I absolutely. Actually, the funny part, I just scraped out the very bottom of my chili oil, my garlic chili oil. Oh man, come on. I gotta hit the Asian market either tomorrow or the day after to make sure I get it. But yeah, Oh, I had like my nice little spring onions in it and everything. Oh, it was great. So I'm out of eggs. I still got ramen, but I am out of chili oil. Unless I make chili oil, I might have to buy it. I most likely just make it. But I'm out of chili oil right now, so I'm thinking about just buying it because I don't feel like making it right now. I gotta buy a whole bunch of shit. But yeah, pretty good nonetheless. And then we have, of course, Brick. So Rick Jones is also in the building. I appreciate you being up here. And you said, wait, how much? How much? That's a lot of money. There's something that may need to be said about that because a lot of people claim they have very high and moral integrity, and it takes a quote this amount of money in order for me to be shaped upon that. But I also have met people that turn around and say, I don't have a number because you know why? They don't know what price they're worth. I would almost deal with someone who has never really thought about where their limits are in terms of price and someone who can give a definitive figure. That's just my particular thoughts on it, though. Appreciate Brooke for being in the building. Crazy Mama showed up in the building. Appreciate it. She says, hello, hey, party people. Hey to you, Crazy Mama. That's what's up. That's what's up. Godhard is in the building. Godhard Guardian. All right, what's going on? You say what's well for the production quality. Listen, I try. We've been stuck around 700 subs or for a while now. It's been. I'm not complaining because it's way. I can still recall the days of just having be less than 200. And now we're up to 7, but 7 has slowed down, and I would love to see us more up there because, quite frankly, there are plenty of other people, plenty of other content creators, and even sponsors and all the other stuff who will not even talk to you because they think your numbers are too low. And I'll just be honest with you. Because when it comes to any woman that's out there that got a pretty face and they show their cleavage or whatever, y'all got no problem subbing up like a motherfucker. And I'm talking to you guys primarily. I know some of you women who definitely do that, but I'm talking about you guys as well who do that, right? They didn't do anything. They said nothing very special. They didn't make you think about nothing. They never got into any bullshit or any beef or anything. And you guys would go out of your way to make sure that they are popular. And I'd be looking at them like, oh, oh, this is what we talking about today? Oh, okay, cool. And I get people in the back and like, hey, Resla, you want to get on top and talk about? I'm like, I don't want to talk about that. Y- Honestly, I have a whole stream that I think I might have to work on when it comes to us as content creators, when it comes to having a platform and how we see that versus how you see that. Because I also look at things the same way how you look at it because I like to be in the chat as well. So that's something we may have to get into for the future. Just a thought as it comes up right now. In fact, let's write that down real quick. And while we are jotting these notes down to see how I might want to deep dive into this one to see who else is in the building. Oh, my man Chris is in the building. What's going on, Chris? What's going on, my guy? Appreciate you for being in here. And of course, we got the lovely baby mama number 4, Lindsay Smith in the building. Appreciate you for actually showing up. Appreciate you. And of course, my guy from home, away from home, Nightish is in the building. I appreciate you showing up, Nightish. So let's get a little bit into this particular. Oh, look, but sneaking in the door. How's she one of the oldest people in here? She's sneaking in the door. I just heard that little ding 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 on the doorbell right inside. Look, Mama walked up in the building. I appreciate you for actually walking up in here. So let's get a little bit into it because I know I can probably cook on this for a while because this is fresh and I had a whole bunch of shit that was going on to my mind. So let's get into it. So the idea of this morality test, right? Would you say no? To be honest with you, would you say no? I want I want you to imagine something. Right now, think about a moral stance you swear that you'll never break. Maybe it's never lying on the oath. Maybe it's never betraying a friend. Maybe it's never working for a company that you hate. Got it? Got that down? Hold that thought for a moment. Now, let's say I put up 10 grand in front of your motherfucking face for to slap you in the goddamn face. No strings attached. By the way, just say, just to say yes. No strings attached. Just say yes, and the money is yours. Would you still say no? I would never betray these things. I don't even need you to do it. If I just have 10 D's in front of your face, would you turn around and say that you would do so? No? 10 G's is not enough? What about 100 grand? Is 100 grand good enough, folks? I offered you 10, I had an extra zero. What about 100 grand? Is that enough? I can still feel some people that are feeling a little bit more, the people who are less moral, but now the more people who are a little bit more spiritual. What about 1 million? Would you be willing to do it then? Hmm? Let's or rather let's take money out of it. Let's say the thing you're against is the only way to protect your family. Let's just say that. It's the only way to protect your family. Would you still hold that same belief? The very thing that you're against is going to be the very thing that save your family. Would you still hold that moral principle? You see, people don't like to admit it, but the truth is, moral lines are often drawn in pencil, not in ink. For those who remember like a stream that I did before, because this is a concept that stays in my mind, and I say this a lot when I'm on my job. The issue with people like me is that I don't draw my lines in pencil. I draw my lines in ink because I am inked through influence. And a lot of people, just like myself, are inked through influence. But there are a lot of other people who have no idea who they are and like to say a lot of pretty things who are not inked through influence. They draw their lines, they draw their territories, they draw their morals with pencils. Easy to erase and then redraw the line later on. It's why people break their own rules when the stakes are high enough. That's why someone who once swore, I'd never work for a company that would exploit people, suddenly justifies it when their dream job is on the table. It's why people who preach about loyalty, trust, and ethics often turn on those values when it comes to benefiting themselves. And here's the thing, they don't even feel like they sold out. They justify it enough so that they don't even have a guilty conscience about it. Because the mind is amazing. And it's also rationalizing things when there's a reward at the end of it. Oh, I had to do this for my family. Oh, well, I didn't really have a choice. Oh, it's just one time. It's just one time. I'll never do it again. It's just one time. And just like that, unbreakable. The unbreakable moral code is no more. And it makes me wonder how many of us have either seen people go through this, or let's just be honest with ourselves, we've done it ourselves and we don't want to admit it. I'm not going to ask you to confess. You know what you've done at some point or another. You don't need to tell me. You don't even need to lie to me. But I would ask you, don't lie to yourself. Don't lie to yourself. How many of you have definitely broken principles that you say that you've had? Especially over gaining something, whether it was money or not. Money, influence, a parking space, for God's sake. How many of you guys have done such a thing? You don't got to admit what it was. Just think to yourself like, yeah, I absolutely did that. Because morals change when your life changes. Simply what it is. You say, Resla, you are throwing me, you're thinking, I already been deceptive. Listen, okay. You say new. Most people go through the same shit. Even when they elevate in life, even when they're making a shit ton of money, these same scenarios come up again and they repeat the exact same things they did before. Doesn't change. Their positions have changed, but the outcomes are the same. They simply want more. They gone from I was sitting in a studio apartment and eating ramen noodles to I'm sitting in a 3-bedroom apartment and I'm eating, pesto pasta, to someone offered them an opportunity. All of a sudden they are living in a condo, but they can also go downstairs to where they have a Michelin star restaurant and can eat some of the finest pasta in the world. Why didn't they just stop once they got to the 3-bedroom apartment? The aspect of having more, the aspect of benefits. That's why. It's simply what it is. And I can get a little bit further into it, but I think I'm going to save it for a little bit of an episode because I see I got it written down, and I don't think I want to tie it into this one. That question, so for me, that question is irrelevant because the truth of the matter is that nobody knows how long do they have left to live. Because I can easily point to your local cemetery and show you people who have never made double digits, people who have died in their 20s, people who have died in their 20s and their 30s who never made it far. You go when you go. This is not a dress rehearsal, ladies and gentlemen. You go when you go. You're not guaranteed to make it a very specific age. There are people who die, who pass away, who are killed, who are murdered, who die over unexplained accidents at any particular age every day. Every day. So it's not about how much time you have, because that means you can actually tell me how much time you've got. And let's just be honest with you. Unless you're clairvoyant, unless you've seen your own timeline, you don't know. You don't. So let's talk about morals that change as life changes. Because here's something wild. Most people believe, most people, most people's beliefs aren't really their own. And I've talked about this plenty of times with you guys. Think about how many stances you've had over your evolutionary period over time. Things you once swore were right or wrong, suddenly you feel different about as life has happened to you. Because when your circumstances change, your perspectives change as well. One of the most prominent things I think about when it comes to even like motivational speakers, they say that you don't need to try to change politics. You don't need to change the world. You just need to change your mind. Change your mind and the things around you change. And I believe in that because it's happened to me time and time again. When your struggles shift, your values shift as well. I can tell you that wholeheartedly is the truth in my life experience. When survival is on the line, morals become very flexible. So the real question isn't, do you have a price? The question is, has your number just been, has it been that your number just hasn't been called yet? I wholeheartedly believe, whether you want to hold your most moral standpoint, that everyone has a price. Everyone. I know there are people who want to believe that they are the utmost moral support of superiority. I know when people say, "What would Jesus do?" Jesus has never been offered as much funds as you're talking about. Jesus doesn't live in this time, and there are plenty of people who, when offered this particular thing, you know what they'll turn around and say to justify their acts? God put this in my path. He must want me to take it. People will justify a lot of things. So let's talk about morality versus survival when principles have a cost. I think it's something that we should talk about. Come on, people, let's stop playing. Let's stop it. It's real easy to talk about morality when your stomach is full, when your bills are paid, and of course, you have options. But let's strip away all that. What happens when your back is against the wall? Let's talk about that for a moment. Because for many people, it is. It's exactly like that. It's one of those, it's one of those things to say, I'd never do that. It's another thing entirely when you're looking at an eviction notice on your door. I've seen that before. When you see a hospital bill that you absolutely cannot afford, I've seen that before. Or you have a loved one that you're depending on and they can't help you. I've also been through that. Because here's the reality: principles sound really good until they start costing you something. And this is what this is called as the hungry man's dilemma. Yes, women, you can go through this as well. But the dilemma has been called the hungry man's dilemma. It's not a sexist thing. It's just on commonality. This happens to men more than anyone else. Let's say you're starving, literally hungry, haven't eaten in days. For those who actually understand what that feels like, I do. Someone offers you food, but there's a catch. You have to betray someone you care about in order to get it. Maybe it means lying to them. Maybe it means throwing them under the bus for a job, for an opportunity. Maybe it means exposing something private about them in order to profit from it. The question is, folks, would you do it? Let me pose a scenario for you already before you start getting up on your high horse. I can already hear some of you putting the saddle up. Putting the saddle up. You're hungry, literally, have not eaten in days. Someone is offering you food, substance, for you to be able to survive yet another day, perhaps even another week. But the catch is you have to betray someone you care about in order to get it. Could mean lying, could mean exposing the private truth that they have. It could mean screwing them out of a job opportunity. Would you do it? Most people would think that they stay loyal. But hunger changes a lot of things when it comes to people. Desperation changes a lot of people. And I don't think a lot of people are really honest when it comes to the act of being desperate. A lot of people don't really understand desperation, true desperation. A lot of people understand worry, not desperation. This is why you see folks who grew up with nothing willing to do anything for money. While folks who are pretty much raised with comfort, they can afford to basically judge. Morality is often privilege. Think about it. If you've never needed to make an immoral decision to survive, how do you even know what it means to be at the breaking point? And a lot of people like to. I don't even know. Like for a lot of richer people, wealthy people, they like to believe, or they want to believe. Not only want to believe, they want to project like they're homeless. For instance, folks, let's just put it this way: people who are broke want to buy clothing that looks stylish and clean and look like they're rich. People who are rich like to want to buy clothing that makes them look poor. Why is that? It's just a question. Why do they do that? It's like saying it's like a rich kid basically saying, I'd never steal. No shit. You never needed to. But drop that same kid into an extremely poverty situation where stealing is the only way to eat, and suddenly moral stances are out the window. They be looking shady as hell. It's something to take a look at. I appreciate Mayo who threw me the 5, turned around and says, $5 challenge. $5 challenge, folks. Mayo's already got a start on you. Already got the start on you. Actually, I'm gonna take this time to move this window over, right over here. That's what's up. I'm gonna put this over here and see how this turns out. See how I feel about this. What are your thoughts? See your thoughts? How do you think about this portrayal and I can live with next week? I don't know how long you're gonna think about the betrayal because everybody's different. There are people who are holding on to guilts that they've done, decisions that they've made for years past. It could be a situation that they made decades back, that they're still feeling like they're struggling over. There are people who left their partner or made decisions to who made medical decisions for a partner that they were with, and that partner still resents them. There are many different reasons as to why people make different decisions. The question is, would you do it if it meant that only you benefited? Uncle Tom with the 5 says, "Here you go, Ninja. Now I'm going to bed." Appreciate you. And I try to bring this into a relatable space for a lot of people. Because imagine you're unemployed. Imagine you're unemployed and the opportunity comes up for you. It pays extremely well, but the conflicts, it has a conflict with what you believe in. I'm gonna tell you, 9 times out of 10 people will take that opportunity. Even if they hate themselves for it, they will still take it. And who knows what it might be? Maybe it's working for that company that exploits people. Maybe it's a role that forces you to manipulate or even deceive people. Maybe it's I don't know, a sponsorship that requires you to endorse something that you think is absolute garbage. You saying no? Or are you telling yourself everything that you have to know to get by? Well, just until I get on my feet. I've heard that a lot too. I've heard that in many different situations across the board. Whether they are homeless, whether they are money grubbing, whether they use people in the relationships that they're with. That's the moral compromise. That's the loophole that many people pick, where people justify doing the wrong thing temporarily just to make it out. But here's the danger, folks. Once you justify it once, it gets easier to do it again. You know this. You know this. We'll go back to the whole thing about you guys going down to eat your box and the girls like to go down to take down their meat. Once you did it one time, it's easy to do it again. It's not as ethical as you thought it was, folks. I will never eat this food again. Sure, you will. Because how many times, this is a great example. How many times, folks, have we eaten food that put us on the toilet and we're sitting there grabbing your knees and talking about, oh God, I'll never do it again. I'll never do it again. Just let me get past this. And it may be a month or two later, but you turn around and you eat that food again. Beating yourself upside the head like, I told myself not to do this. And here you are 2 months later on gripping the toilet again. How many times have people done that? The answer is a lot. More times than they care to count. And let's not act like this is just hypothetical. It's not. People do this every day. Every day, folks. The journalist who stopped reporting, stop reporting truth and just starts writing about clickbait just because they can get them a better paycheck. The employee who turns a blind eye to corruption at their job just because they need that promotion. The influencer who starts promoting scams because the bag is too good to pass up. At what point does I have no choice turn into, this is just who I am now. Just a question. Something to think about. It's something to think about, folks. Because if you haven't been through it, which I'm pretty sure at some level, at some point you have, then you know someone who's currently going through it. Appreciate your OG leaders that support the stream. Let's reach today's goal. I appreciate you for that. Because the goal for everything else is in here. It just goes into the channel itself. There's so much more stuff that I would love to do. I have so many visions of what I got to do, but it just, and not to mention, like, us getting there means that there's a point in time where we don't have to worry about it anymore, because we will be able to get with the right people, to partner with the right people in order to make this all be better for both of us. For me, who has to sit there and talk and build and do all the stuff, maybe me even make the channel a little bit easier, but also for you guys who want to see really good content, but most of all, knowing that you had a hand in shaping the way it goes. So when we even talk about morals, because let's be honest, folks, I'm going to tie this into it. How many of you guys will turn around and say something like, and I'm not shaming you for it, will turn around and be like, I'm not really going to support Resla and what he's trying to do, that I'm sitting here and taking the time to watch, but you will dump your money into something that you know doesn't do you any better. Something that you want to even spend time on. Now, I'm not talking about you going out there, folks, and getting your, getting wetting your whistle. We're not talking about that. People who will turn around and give the money away and never see what it actually contributed to. But they will spend hours online on panels, on YouTube or whatever, and not contribute to the success or even the development of those particular places. And I would say, don't do it to everybody. I'm going to say, like, you should really do your due diligence and monitor those areas to see if they are providing you with quality content. And then also the most important part, what's quality to you? When morally, or rather when morality, we have to look at it, becomes a liability. That's really what it comes down to. When we look at our morality, is a liability. I can tell you someone right now who doesn't see the morality as a liability. That's Crazy Mama. Damn, it. My part. I appreciate you. Appreciate you for doing that, Crazy Mama. I appreciate the support. So let's talk a little bit about this. Here's where it gets a lot of tricky for a lot of people. Sometimes holding on to your morals can actually, it can put you at a disadvantage, put you at a big disadvantage in life. I mean, think about all those people who refuse to, quote, play dirty. Play dirty within their own life, or even play dirty within business. They watch as, quite frankly, lesser people who know less shit pretty much go past them, while they're the ones still sitting there at their job, still struggling. And eventually, they're going to be faced with a choice: stick with the principles or get left behind. I myself had to go through this. And you have to really just ask yourself a question: is just either a win or lose some game? And for a lot of people, it is. A lot of people are able to shift things and change things within their own dynamics, but not a lot of people, because a lot of people just, they play along rather than play with. And let's be honest, society rewards people who knows how to be cutthroat. I mean, look at your history. People who have real power, the ones who actually built empires, who actually shaped societies, who changed the world, were they ever known for really just being good people? Think of Steve Jobs, folks. How many of y'all got iPhones? How many of y'all probably watching me through an iPhone right now? Guy was ruthless. He did not let morality get in the way of business, even to the point where his own business didn't have morality and even cut him out. What about Jay-Z? Streets is watching. Started out in the streets, folks, transitioned into business, but the mentality never changed. Never changed. What about politicians? Please. Most of them don't even pretend to have morals anymore. So here's the harsh truth. Sometimes being moral will keep you broke. Not because morality is wrong, but because the world doesn't reward it. And that's uncomfortable. That is an uncomfortable truth. And that's the uncomfortable question you have to ask yourself. At what point does sticking to your principles become self sabotage? If you keep you poor, keeps you struggling, keeps you from providing for your people, is it really worth it? If your principles just keep you down, is it really worth it? Or is it smarter to, as they say, play the game? We need to get into a little bit of a talk about reality check. Just saying. It might be a double-edged sword, Brick, but I can tell you that one side of that sword is sharper than the other. Not saying they both don't cut. One might take a lot more swings to get by on that sword. If you had to break a moral rule just once, to guarantee you had a better life, would you take it? I think the majority of people would. Would you take a shady business deal if it meant your family would never struggle again? Would you accept money from someone you hate if it meant you having financial freedom? Would you do something unethical just one time if it would set you up for life? And if you still, after everything I just asked you, still said no, never, I respect that. But ask yourself this: have you ever actually been tested? Because I think the people who turn around and can say that unequivocally are people who have never been tested, or those who believe they will never have such an opportunity drop on their lap. Because when it comes down to push a shove, survival will always outrank morality. And the only people who ever think otherwise are those who haven't been hungry enough yet. Think about that for a moment. Because there are people who are selling out versus people who are playing the game. Are you sure you've really been tested? Having an opportunity does not mean tested. Having an opportunity means that you have no other options versus what you've already been doing. It's not having I can go here or I can go here. It's I can stay right here or go there. That's an option. And a lot of people confuse it. People confuse an option with a choice. Multiple choices on top of that. Options versus an option, singular and plural. Some people choose to stay where they're at, and they normally beat themselves over it. Because I can guarantee you right now, it's like looking at chicken, right? The guys who played chicken way back in the days, and they drive themselves off the cliff. If you are in heaven because you won, you drove off the cliff because you won the race. You drove your car off the cliff, and the other guy didn't, but now he gets to bang your girl while you're dead. You got the moral high ground, right? Does that make you the smart one? Does that make your life any better? Now you're a spirit lingering over your girl while she gets pounded into the mattress. Great job. How moral you are. You won, though. You won that race. People will do a lot of foolishness out of the quote idea of morality. I don't know. Oh, I see that's up there. That should not be up there. Hold on, folks. I see something that my StreamYard, that my thing is doing. It should not be doing that. Stop that. You stop that. You should not be doing that. Sorry, folks. Ignore the StreamYard link. It should not be doing the StreamYard link. That's not even my StreamYard link for this one. I thought I clicked it off, but it stayed on. Sorry, folks. That's not the StreamYard for the stream. You say savage, but that's the truth. A lot of people have done things out of bravado. Not true, and hasn't been true at all. Selling out versus playing the game. Is there even a difference? Because this is where things always get murky. Everybody loves throwing about these phrases like sell out. Hell, you see it on YouTube. You see it on YouTube when people talk about taking sponsorships and suddenly they're fake. I would rather take a sponsorship than, to be honest with you, sit here and worry about pulling out of everybody else's hard-earned money. A musician switches from their general style, their specific style of music, and they decide to go mainstream and know they have an appeal, and they're called a sellout. An activist takes a corporate gig, they're called a hypocrite. But let's just be real. Let's just be honest. Is it really selling out, or is it just playing the game smarter? There are so many people who will sit there and complain about taking money from the man while they're sitting there looking at an eviction notice on their door because they refuse to get a job. Which is smarter? People love to romanticize the idea of sticking to your values, but the world doesn't exactly reward you for that. If you look around, you got eyes, look around, open your eyes, look at the world around you. The people that are on top, whether it's in business, entertainment, politics, most of them did not get there by being pure. They got there by knowing when to bend, how to adapt, and of course, knowing which compromises were worth making. And I think a lot of people don't get that. They let their morals fuck up their chance for having growth. And maybe it's not as evil as, we want to pretend that it is, because people you love using the word evil but have never really seen true evil in their life. They've seen wrong. They haven't seen evil. And maybe that's just the strategy. Selling out is just a matter of perspective. As an example, imagine there's a broke artist, incredibly talented, making raw, deep music for everybody's hearts. Struggling for years. No money, no support, no one, just he's or she's just passionate. One day, a major label offers them a great deal, but under one condition. One, you gotta make more commercial music, catchier hooks, maybe less depth, maybe more hits. But now, if they take it, people who have been watching them, watching them grow, hearing their music for so long while they were poor, will turn around and tell them that they sold out. But did they? Or did they just adjust their reality so where they can actually get paid for their talent? Think about it. What's the alternative? Stay broke? Stay struggling to prove a point? A lot of you motherfuckers will do that. You will stay broke not only you stay broke, but for everybody else who can build off of the potential that you could get, the possibilities, the opportunity that you can get. You will do that struggling to prove a point, to prove a selfish point, not to prove to anybody else, not to help anybody else, not to better anyone else's life, just so you can say, I think I'm better, but can't prove it. What was the scenario I put up? That they would get paid. But if your morals are you think that you can get paid off of other people's backs and not a company because you don't want to quote work for the man who would be your best beneficiary for something more stable. And as people who don't even understand, because I can say it to a lot of people who don't seem to understand this, if you've never worked for yourself, by yourself, to get paid off your own work, versus that regardless of how much effort that you put in, you receive a check every week or bi-weekly, you don't have you don't have a clue. You have no fucking inclination. Where you literally are under the concept of you keep what you kill. You can eat good because you worked hard. A lot of people don't understand that. And here's the real kicker when you think about it. Once that artist makes money, builds an actual audience, secures their future, or even like they always return pretty much to making the art that they truly wanted to make. But because they had to play the game first, people go after them. It's like the guys when Jay-Z started coming up and he started getting with the whole Rockefeller brand and everything. You know what turned around and the guy said? Jay-Z's not real anymore because he won't come back to the block and sit on the stoop with us. That's some of the dumbest shit I ever heard in my life. Why the fuck would he actually do that? Why would anybody want to do that? To do what? Smoke cigarettes with you motherfuckers? To talk about shit that you can't understand? Or to dumb himself down so that you can feel better about yourself? And let's just talk about that. The selling out versus leveling up that I see in a lot of different industries. That hard hitting, let's look at the hard hitted journalist that starts writing basically clickbait headlines because we see a lot of people doing it, especially over digital media. We're talking about the fitness gurus that start basically selling their own brands or freaking supplements or whatever. The comedian who's basically striving to try to put their jokes out there to be more friendly after getting a good TV gig. Some people call them sellouts. But others will even argue that they're just playing chess while other people are playing checkers. Checkers is not the most prominent game, folks. It's chess. How many of you guys here are checker champions being prominent in the world? I agree, Chris. Going back to the block, it's not it. That's not the move. Pretending that you're relatable to people who do not understand what you went through is not it. You're a pretender. And the sad part is that you did a whole lot of work to get yourself out of it so you could pretend to be like people that you wanted to get away from. Why does that make sense? And if we're going to be honest, a lot of people are screaming the words sellout are the same ones that if you would switch it up, you give them that opportunity, they take it in a heartbeat. How many of you would say no to a six-figure check just because it wasn't 100% aligned with your personal values? How many of you are going to turn that down? How many of you would turn down an opportunity just because it meant making small compromises? It's easy to judge, you know, when you're not the one making the decision. It's easy to judge when you're not struggling. It's easy to talk shit when you are coasting. when you are not building, developing, when you are not striving. It's easy. Most people who talk and say, I wouldn't do anything, are not under any real hardships. They're either just coasting and maintaining or doing well. They're not really sitting close to rock bottom or at rock bottom. The selling, that sellout thing, the scale that follows it, a lot of people don't understand it. A lot of people have not really been in that position. It's all theoretical. They have never really been in a shit that they can turn around and just say, I just wish somebody would give me an opportunity. They think on the mindset, if somebody gave me an opportunity, this is what I would do. This is what I would say. They're not sitting in a mentality where they're going, I wish somebody would give me an opportunity because I cannot stand being where I am right now. Let's break that down even further. There are a lot of different levels when it comes to the idea of selling out. Not all compromises are created equal. The necessity of evil that they try to put out there. Example, you take a job that you don't love because it pays well. Hell, I've done that. Is it really selling out, or is it just a matter of survival? To me, it's a mild compromise. A YouTuber takes a sponsorship from a brand that, let's say, they don't really love, but they don't hate either. Is that selling out? Or are they just securing the bag? Some people would say that's, quote, the integrity of sales. What about the scientist that fakes research data for a big payout? Now, this is a little closer to the real definition of how we're looking at as selling out. Because it actively deceives people for personal gain. So the real question is, where do we draw the line? At what level does making a smart move turn into losing oneself completely? Would you rather sell out or be forgotten? Just a question. Now, here's where the conversation gets a little bit tough for you guys. For every sellout who took a big check just to make it, there's 1,000 of, quote, people who are talented, passionate, and even morally pure people who never made it at all. And the truth is, the world rewards those who are willing to play the game. Not even play it perfectly. Those who would say, I'm willing to do what it takes, are the ones that make it. Do you think that any of your most prominent celebrities or entrepreneurs are the people that just turned around and said, I can do this by being morally pure? Or were they the people that said that I'm willing to do what it takes? Because these are the people who are looked at as inspirations, not the guy sitting on the corner, not the corner boy, not the dope boy. He's not the inspiration. Not the girl opening her apartment as a horror house. They're not the inspiration. They're not the one to look forward to. Well, you know what? I'm an entrepreneur. You literally get dumped into every day by some random dude on Backpage or Craigslist or whatever. Let's be honest. People who are out there selling their box don't even have a website for themselves. Are they morally superior because they refuse to get a job because they don't want to work for the man? Because they're not doing whatever it takes. They're lazy. Look at actors who take roles that they don't love just in order to stay relevant. Athletes who sign endorsement deals for brands that they never actually use. Business leaders who align with companies they once criticized. Great example. Didn't Vance criticize the shit out of Trump? Where's Vance now? Second running? Did he not play the game? Or should he have been morally superior and said, no, I'm not going to take it? And no one would have paid attention to him. Because at the end of the day, folks, principles don't pay the bills. So that leaves you with a choice. Do you stay 100% true to your morals, even if it means staying broke, staying unseen, staying unheard? Or do you make strategic promises to get into the door with the goal of playing the long game to be in a position where you can actually do something to make effective changes? Not just for yourself, but for people around you. And if the second option sounds like a betrayal to yourself, ask yourself this. Would you rather stay true and struggle or adjust and succeed? Because at the end of the day, the people who refuse to play the game usually aren't the ones who's writing the rules. And that's the reality no one wants to tell you about. I can definitely talk a little bit about getting to slippery slopes and everything else like that. But because I can talk about this for a while. Because that's the next thing that's coming in my mind, slippery slope. But I'm gonna peel back for a moment. I'm gonna take a pause for a moment. Because I've already given you guys a lot. So I'm gonna I want to know what you guys are thinking. I just dropped a link into the chat, and it's gonna be pinned to the top of the chat. I want to give you. I've already thrown a lot at you. I want to know what some of your thoughts are, because a lot of people think that they know so much about the most ethical way to do things, but they have no examples of people that they can point to who's actually made it based on those actual principles. At some point, someone did something that was going to be compromising. Even your most prominent bishops, reverends, priests. You don't think they made compromises? You don't think they made the crazy deals? You don't think they went on the slippery slopes? You don't think they made compromises? Are you willing to be that gullible? Because I could talk about slippery slopes. Once you start, you can't stop. That's the bad part about slippery slope. If you want to dive into that, we can even get into that. Because that's the slippery slope is the danger when it comes to compromise. That's the real danger is, of course, slippery slope. Because nobody, that's the whole, when I get it, I can't stop where I'm at, I need more. Once you take that first step, once you bend your morals even a little bit, it gets harder and harder to stay tall, to stand tall on your own. Because even if you want to stand tall, other people will remind you, and that's where you're not going to be able to do so. And that's the scariest part. You don't even notice it when it's happening. It's like the young ladies who want to be a nurse, who want to be a doctor, who want to be a lawyer, but they're currently working on the stripper pole, and then they turn around and give up everything they've been chasing to be on the stripper pole. Because what's the words that they would say? The money's coming too fast. I can't give it up. It's easy money. It's easy money. Do I really want to work in an office for so long, and I don't even know if I'll ever make partner or anything? I don't even know if I'm going to make it to a good law firm or anything. Or I could just stay on this stripper pole because the money's just so good. It's more money than I've ever seen in my life. That's the general mentality for a lot of people in a lot of situations. Comfort, ease, not just for themselves, but starting with themselves, but also what they can do for other people. What's good, Brick?
It's good, brother, man. How you doing?
Quarter tank. I'm at a quarter tank.
Yeah, late night stream.
Yeah, I didn't have time. I had a lot of work that was building up, so I couldn't get home in time.
That's okay. That's okay. Yeah, man. Good topic. So appreciate you letting me up. I wanted to ask you this. So, I mean, obviously, in your mind, you're going to have a line, but is there a definitive line of what is right and wrong? Now, I don't like the idea of morality personally. I don't even like to mention it because that's a Catholic guilt thing. So it's a religious thing. Right and
Okay.
wrong, however, everybody can relate to that. There's a line where certain people say, okay, that's too far. But is there an objective right and wrong? That's a good question. Oh, you're muted.
Oh, sorry about that. If you had asked me probably 10, 15 years ago, I probably would have, no, probably more longer than that. And I probably would have told you yes. Now, no. Even when I talk to, I know people who are like in the medical field, right? You're
Mhm.
gonna make a mistake regardless, even if the things that you do right. You can only make the best guess that you can. I mean, even if we run the idea of what we say, there is no good deed going unpunished. You
Okay.
can think that you do everything right, and a terrible circumstance can come from it.
Okay.
It's not about right or wrong. It's the best decision that you had at that time. Because you can only
Okay.
work with the information that you have.
And that is true. That part is true. I would say that there is a place where right is on one side and wrong is on the other side. Consider the worst of the worst thing. I come from the line of the people of the North. That's the Vikings, the Dutch, and the English. And there were horrible, horrible things done by people who believed in different cultures, different varieties of belief systems. But even that is not the worst of the worst. And the worst of the worst would be pretty stinking horrific. We don't do that in here in this society.
Well, I think that the concept of the worst is very subjective. You know, when I hear the worst of the worst, I think of the statement that people make, even though it's rather hyperbolic, is I would rather die than go through X, Y, or Z.
Well,
It's all subjective.
It's not so much about what you would personally go through, but what someone else would go through because you did that to them.
Right. But even when we say like, I see this as the worst thing, it's subjective because other people will say, I don't think that was the worst thing.
Well, I'll thank you, the wench. I appreciate that. I will spit it out. R word, babies. That is the worst of the worst. That is wrong. That is objectively wrong. There is no right in that. You or nobody can ever convince me that will ever be right. And it's because we are human beings, and preservation of life at some point becomes paramount. And so, yes, I would say there is a place, at least one place, where we could start. The R word, babies. The M word, babies, right after. And it's horrible to even consider that. I would not sell that. I would not. That's me personally. I believe there's probably some crazy people out there who actually would go to that length, but they're not selling out. They're just crazy. They're insane people, and they're not
Do you think
buying
all
it.
well, okay, let me ask that. I think it's very important if I ask that. Are they crazy, or are they just dumping into the most depraved parts of human desire?
Desire, maybe.
Because they could just be diving into an unnatural, natural, or rather a very restricted form of depravity that we don't accept. When I think of when we say like for the kids, for the babies,
Yeah.
I think of the days where we people talk about cavemen and cavewomen, or just rather people who were more barbaric. Whether you even mentioned the Vikings yourself, or even
Yeah.
people who were Catholics or Christians who went to war, or even after that, so many warring tribes, whatever, that when they conquered the tribe, they did some of the most depraved things to other human beings. So
This is
there are
true.
people across the board who would do it. People who were looked at as the most moralistic, even within their tribes, who went to war, would still do some of the most egregious of things. So
Yeah.
there are people who even turn around and say, "Oh, it's acceptable in these times," and I'm like,
Yeah. Yeah. Then you look at them and you're like, no, you're a crazy person. That is not okay. So I mean, there's got to be a line, just on its face. Like, there's got to be at least that line. Now, if we can agree to that part, that civilization at least has to have at least a low barrier, um, then perhaps you can go up from that and find out what is right and wrong, and then even moving forward into some religious debates, topics, Catholic guilt, morality, that sort of thing, right? But starting from the base, I would say, is a good place to start, because at least with that, it's kind of like you build from foundation, right? You build from the foundation and move up. We live in a physical world.
yes.
We have boundaries just based in nature alone. Like you mentioned, what is unnatural is not wise, and thus would not
Well,
be beneficial.
let's be honest and say that I'm being tongue in cheek about a lot of stuff, but I'm like, when we look at so don't take everything what I'm saying is it's 100%, but
Yeah,
when the reason why a lot of people just don't do a lot of things that we can see as egregious is simply because of consequences.
I agree.
It's just
Yeah,
really what it is, because let's just say like some of the things that are hailed right now as popular is like step siblings for porn. Like it's like, why would you want to encourage that? But it's some of the biggest things that are out there today. Why would you want to encourage that? Think of how many siblings that grew up together, whether it's through foster system or through two different parents joining together, whatever. And now it's like, did you see what was out? What do you mean? Oh, let me show you what's on my phone. I would never do that to my brother. Oh God. Oh, is this what black guys are like? And she's Spanish or whatever. So like now we're again encouraging people to go into very dark times because of the thing that I say that has helped build us to this point, but also the thing that also hurts us. Human beings in their curiosity, their innate curiosity.
yes, liberty, they call it. Liberty, taking liberty to an extreme, right? And there's liberal, then there's conservative. Too far conservative, you got chains and cages. Too far liberal, and you got some wild ass people.
Well, no, because I totally believe that if you go too far liberal, you will also get chains and cages.
And that is true too, yeah, because people get
Like,
enough of it,
I
yeah. Yeah, and people, oh yeah, and actually, oh yeah, you're right, BDSM.
that too.
Yeah, that's chains and cages
Absolutely.
for
I
real,
see
for
I
real.
see both sides sharing. At the end of the day, no matter which side you are on, you will end up sharing the same very doctrines that you will use under keeping other people safe.
It's
You will
true.
do it.
Some people are into that.
So when I think of this aspect of how people are moving around the world and they consider people who sell out, people who do things in order to make their lives better. And when I hear these moral stances, especially when I end up speaking to people who are like more on faith base, doesn't really matter what the faith is, but this moralistic standpoint that I will never do such thing because, quite frankly, this is not what I'm supposed to do. I'm like, yeah, but how often do you think of doing it? That's a different story altogether now. And then, well, are you doing it because you're really moral? Are you doing it because you really want to believe that you can move just as Christ-like as Christ himself? Or do you want to claim that if something ever went down, I can die with a guilt, I can die with a clean conscience? I'd rather not die at all. Just be honest.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, me too. I'd rather not die. And again, the winch is bringing us back to the point, so I appreciate that. When you read my first comment, you mentioned that you would rather trust someone or work with, not trust, but work with someone who doesn't have a price rather than someone who's named a price. Now, as I mentioned, I have a price and it's more of a buy than a sell. I will admit that. Because I know we talked about that the last time when I was up on the other show. And so that is a price, and it is something that I'm willing to compromise on. And there are some things that I'm going to have to reconcile with that are going to have to take place if I get that power, because money is power, right? And so would I sell out? The question is yes, of course. But the sell for me is a buy, right? And so the reason I say that is because I'm searching for something better. Well, what I feel is better, the right versus the wrong. And of course, comes the question, is my right right? Is my right? See, I wrote it down. Hold on.
Yeah.
Discipline. Now, I mentioned this.
You're right. Is the choice that you make, is the choice that you made that you consider to be right discipline?
Right.
Is that what you're okay?
Yes. Yeah. And I use this word discipline often. I know people hear the word and they're like, oh, high and mighty. It's not that. When you break the word down, discipline, basically it just means two positions. So you're understanding the two positions and you're coming to a common ground. And that common ground is a compromise, 100%. And somewhere in the middle, you'll find the right or the truth, they call it. Some of them, some people call it truth.
I'm still trying to sort around the word. It sounds right, but I'm trying to figure out which way to how to look at it. Discipline sounds good because I'm falling on. I'm trying to separate it from what even No Chaser says. Justified. Now, a justification can be right or wrong. It doesn't matter. It's an excuse. Discipline is more calculated, and that's why I'm really trying to look at that word specific.
Yeah. Well, see, because justification is like a higher right that personally men can't achieve except for by some higher power, if that's a thing. Like, like for instance, the justice system, right? We go by what the courts say because they are the justices. So they are the higher authority.
Based on what they perceive to be correct, even though they themselves can be wrong.
Yes, exactly. So if it is discipline, rather, that's the two positions. You consider what is possibly right versus what is possibly wrong. And somewhere in the middle is the right. Now it's
right.
Yeah. And so when you say so die,
I would say
two.
It would be right. It would be the best choice of the situation.
And you mentioned that earlier. People make the best choice at the time
right
for the positions that they're in. And this is true. This is true. And it's a horrible world out there sometimes. But then there are some times when it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Like, for instance, you mentioned, selling out to a corporate entity that wants to buy your music. That's not horrible. That's not only not horrible, that's great. That's great for you. That's great for the corporation. That's great for the population. And that's great for your family. Everybody wins, in my opinion, unless you sign a bad deal.
well, like I said, if part of the compromise was that you had to do commercials or you had to create more maybe salacious hooks or something like that to get people. And if other people turn around and say, well, you know what? Like, for instance, and even Marcus mentioned this some time ago, like, I miss the old Kanye, not like the new Kanye. Like, people will judge you based on what you used to do when you weren't making as much, but now that you're in a better, stable position, they're like, I miss the old you. What you are now is not good enough. And keep in mind, they've done this with everybody. They've done this with Jay-Z. They've done this with Eminem. They've done this with a lot of different people. You know, I liked you when you was out there talking about selling dope. Now that you up in the penthouse and you making business moves, you don't sound quite the same anymore. This is like with the guys I'm talking about. When you were out there in the streets, Jay-Z, you was real, we loved you, but now that you up and you out doing shit, you ain't real no more because you ain't out there smoking on the block with us no more. I'm just like, you don't make any sense. The aspect of people needed to be the same when the reason why they changed is because they didn't like where they were. What the fuck are we doing? You think I did all this struggle so I can stay where I was at? That makes no sense. You know? And we do this a lot. It's like, you know, you sold out, you did all this, you did this, you did that. And I'm just like, yeah, why wouldn't I grow? Why wouldn't I change? My question is, why are you so, you know, relenting from doing so?
Well, and then on top of that, isn't it trolling? If someone is just
Absolutely
hounding you, it's hounding you because you're doing well.
well, yes, but it's also on the fact that it's shining a spotlight on where they failed and they could have been doing better, and they chose to stay put.
Yep.
As it's simply what it is. Now I know that people going to contend against that. No, that's not true. And I'll put it out this way. Yeah, imagine you're a fat ass, right? I'm your neighbor. You see I work out, whatever, and you come to me and you're like, you know what? Yeah, I'm thinking about getting on a workout routine. And I'm like, yeah, you should. You should get on a fucking workout routine. Here's the things that you should be doing. Basically, I'm calling you a fat ass and saying that you need some work. Now imagine you do the routine, you start getting a little better, a little bit in shape, maybe at the same level that I am, maybe even a little better. You know what's gonna be the next thing? I'm gonna start hating on you because you not shining the spotlight on where I missed out because I stopped and you went ahead of me.
Yeah, and call him a sellout too. Call me a sellout because what? Now I'm looking better. I'm walking around.
Yeah,
you know, got women on both sides, and all of a sudden now I'm a sellout because I'm doing and what's I guess that's what you call that slippery slope you mentioned you could get into, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're looking at what somebody else is doing. Yeah. So there was actually another point that you had touched on as well, and I wanted to bring up. Hunger.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people really don't have that concept of hunger. They think they know it. They don't.
Yeah, I've been hungry. I've been
hungry myself. Yes.
you know. But have I been starving? No, I've not been there yet. I've not been there, fortunately.
I have. I have once. I've gotten a glimpse of it. I didn't stay long, but I've gotten a glimpse of it.
Yeah. I mean, I've been really, really hungry, but not quite to the starvation part. But there's the question.
I got saved before I got that far. Let's look at it that way.
Good. I'm glad. But there's this question that does not get asked when you are at sea. And that's the question. Do you know what the question is? No?
Not
Never
sure
heard of it. It's drawing lots. It's the drawing lots to see who will be eaten. Yeah. That's the question, right? And so, and this has happened. There's stories of these things happening. And so
you made me think of the Game of Thrones. I can't remember the big guy, the chubby guy, when he got sent to the wall as well. He was with Jon Snow.
Okay.
And
I didn't watch Game of Thrones.
Oh, so there's a commander that did not like John and I forget their freaking names. That's been so long. But he was talking about his tail beyond the wall, which is like we're all like all the worst monsters in the world you have to survive with. And he was telling him that me and a party was out there and we were getting torn to shreds and we had to basically try to survive trying to get back to the keep.
Okay.
And he said, we were all a band of brothers. We were all trying to get out there, but it was a long trek that we had to get back. When the horses fell, eating the horses, that wasn't the hard part. But when we fell, that was hard. And I was like, this man just turned around and said he had to eat other human beings to make it to get back.
Yeah. I mean, like, is that a compromise that a man is willing to eat human? Ugh.
But there are people who will be like, my moral standpoint, I'll eat the horse, but if it means my survival getting back to people and ever versus I have to eat my own brethren that's fallen in order for me to get there, I'm not going to do it. Let the good Lord just take me. And most people will fight to their dying breath to make it back.
Now, here's an option. This is an option that nobody's thought about because I have considered this sort of thing. If I'm out at sea and I see that everybody's starving, we can't get back, and I see that the men start looking at each other all hungry-eyed, I'm jumping ship. I'll swim for it. If I get ate by sharks, it's fine with me. I'm not eating nobody, and nobody's eating me. This is me. This is one of those right and wrong stances that I would take because I have considered it. It's like, of course, I'm not going out on the big water. I'm not doing it. You know,
oh, because you ain't surviving that.
I'm just nope. I went out one time ever when I was a kid. Now I'll never do it again. I'll never. It's horrifying to me to be looking out around you and you don't see nothing but water. You know, so but I have considered what would I do in a situation like that where it's are we in the freezing tundra and we're a lost party and that sort of thing. I'm running off into the wilderness. You're not going to eat me and I'm not going to eat you. I'll try to survive on my own, and if I make it, I make it. If I don't, I don't. But that's me.
Welcome to the panel, guys. What's going on? Marcus.
Hello. OG Jujoy sent me here.
That's a
Subscribe to the channel.
That's a
What's
whole
good, right?
So what's up, Rez? What's up, Brick?
What's up, Rick? What's up, Resla?
What's good with y'all, man?
OG Do Dirty's a motherfucker. That's what.
That's a fact.
Okay. Angry Snowman. We had to get that one Caucasian with hate in his heart.
You got him.
Got him.
What's up, Angry Snowman?
A chicken's ass when it eats.
Nice.
Yeah, sounds like a King of the Hill problem. Hey, what's up, Rez? So what are you guys talking about?
We're talking about the price that people are willing to compromise for quote selling out.
Dude, I'd sell out for $100,000.
Oh, so
Yeah, it's 'cause you're cheap. Yeah, that's because you're cheap. $100,000 bar. $100,000.
Hey, dude, I know my value, and my value isn't worth much more than that. So I'm not really going to push it. But for $100,000, yeah, I'd sell out in a heartbeat. I'd turn into the biggest simp this space has ever seen.
Yeah. Well,
you would too, because $100,000 cash right in your pocket right now, tax free. That could change your life.
Hell no. Not in today's fucking world. Hell no. Maybe in another country. Not in America.
If you was to get it today, and in today's economy with the president we have, and was able to take it and invest that $100,000, that would change your fucking life, sir.
Nah, not $100,000, bro. I want any more than that. I'm okay being a little more selfish to gain more money. I got some standards, bro. Let me get some self-respect a little bit.
Okay. No. Let's
I didn't even get a chance to answer.
Let's walk it down.
I didn't get a chance. I didn't.
Resla, I like that.
Resla,
Let's
I didn't
walk
get a
it
chance
down.
to. No.
Let's play this
Hold on.
hypothetically.
Resla, I didn't even get a chance to even answer your question before the privileged Caucasian man with hate in his heart
Hey, you're
got to
half
answer over
privileged
me.
Caucasian. I don't want to hear it, sir.
I don't know what you're talking about, sir. Listen, I've been through all my life. I have to fight. All my
So
life.
have I. All my life, I've had to fight.
All his life, he had to fight.
Shit, I had to fight
Early,
my
he was-
siblings
he
for
was coming
fucking
to eat great
meals.
high juice. So you hear that? He just want to assimilate so badly.
Can I just follow the herd at sometimes? Fuck.
Have you ever ate out
You
of
know
a
what I'm
dumpster?
saying?
Because if you've never eaten out of a dumpster, you don't know what hunger really is.
No, man. Talk about it, bro.
Wait a minute.
Talk about
If
it.
you haven't
Wait
eaten
Wait a
trash
minute.
And nigga, I don't eat out of no trash can.
Well, you don't know what hunger is. I have.
Well, guys, but
This guy said, I'd rather go hunt. Let me go hunt for my food, dog.
How do you go earlier? But the question is how do you go hunt when you have nothing to hunt with?
But this is what I was talking about earlier, because there are people who sit on their high horse and talk about what they will not do, when the truth of the matter is that they've never been in a situation in their life where they actually had to consider it. So because they are either coasting or they are doing well in their life, they can easily sit up there and talk pompous and put their saddle up on their fucking horse and be like, I would never do that. You never struggled.
That's why you never say never.
You never struggled. You never struggled that much, Angerstone.
Okay, so now we're really gonna have to mine this out, because
let's get ignorant.
Yeah, because what I'm understanding, what y'all saying is, you mean to tell me y'all ain't never made a hoop noose out of a shoestring to catch a squirrel, any type of permit, any type of anything like that? You don't need wire. You can use a t-shirt. You can literally make your own, you know what I'm saying, type of noose to catch stuff with. You know what I'm saying? It's just the way that you do things. You can use rocks and sticks. I mean, I get what y'all saying. I'm just not a type of person that'll resort to go dig in the trash can. But I'm not opposed to eating something that's wild that I can catch.
Did you hear what you said as well? You talked about, like, you also have to, like, see, when you're making your statements, you're also making your statements based on where you are from, and the limits that not everybody has your experience or knowledge because they have never lived where you lived. So that means if the most accessible thing were not squirrels, let's say if you live in the concrete jungle, squirrels are not just abundant everywhere, which means trash cans are, though. There are more. You will run across more restaurants than you will squirrels.
Yeah, you're right on that. But if I'm in New York, I'm gonna run across more rats than trash.
Oh, that's a
you'd
fact.
rather eat a rat than
That's
fresh
a whole
trash.
fact.
I'm a believer. There's nothing wrong with the street meat. If Charles Barkley can eat and he been surviving these so many years, I think I'm good.
And last I checked, rats go through trash too, don't they?
Yeah, they go through a lot of other shit as well.
Yeah,
trash. That trash that's sitting at the back of a restaurant that just got taken out has only been through whatever hands went through it today to make it and eat it.
And depending on where you are and how busy it is, like, they won't be
that's
out there.
Privilege. You got to go to a restaurant in the back.
Well, where else are you going to guarantee to get out of a dumpster and eat food?
Facts.
Fast food.
Nope. Oh, well, and keep in mind, those compactors that they have, you can't just climb up in there.
No, you cannot.
Nope, they're locked from the inside. You got to be able to get into a dumpster that opens up the old-fashioned way. And usually it's grocery stores that have the compactors.
Yep.
So you can't even go to a grocery store really anymore and get in a dumpster.
What about the shelters?
What about them?
Or Salvation Army and the mills?
I don't know. I don't know about how all shelters do it across the country. There are some shelters that have like cellars where all that shit is locked up in areas, so you may not be able to get into them. And then like on trash day, whatever, they just roll the entire dumpsters out and everything, and then like people take care of that. And there are probably some that do the regular process of leaving it out there. But I imagine if they are homeless shelters, they wouldn't do it because they would not encourage people to go through their trash. So I imagine they would try to put up some kind of mechanisms to lock it.
Yeah, because my experience with the shelters is that it's kind of like with the Salvation Army, is that they have time frames when you can go by and get that meal. Now, depending on where you're at, it might not be the greatest, but you can pretty much stack up for even a day or two, and then go back. I mean, you can make it on the street here in America. Now, you go over to a place like, I don't know, the slums in India or Lagos, or, you know, in some places in South America, and it might not be like that. But here in America, like, the thing is, and don't get me wrong, you know, if you need to go to the dumpster, you'll probably find something good there as well here. But there's so much. There's such an abundance. Like, survival, yes, you might have to survive on the street here, but it's possible.
I mean, not for nothing. Look at some other places. I can't remember where, if it's Singapore or if it's Thailand or whatever, but they have a dish called pag pag. And do you know what that shit is?
Sounds like shit.
It's food that has been like, so there's like fast food restaurants. It's food that has been thrown out in the trash, and they sort through the trash, like people didn't finish chicken, things like that, and they clean it, refry it, and they sell it on the streets, and people eat it.
You can have that. I don't want that.
It's called pag pag.
No, thank you. You can have that.
And that's why nobody is ever encouraged to eat anything from a street vendor in India.
That's not me.
Well, that, and you don't ever see them wash their hands.
You don't want to drink some tea that's been poured out through the ends of someone's fingers because they.
No, sir. I saw what ankle salad looks like, and I'm not down for it.
Yeah,
I would rather eat out of a dumpster.
Yeah. Get it yourself, right? Yeah.
Well, just to answer your earlier question, Rez, because I know you said something about selling out. Like, what was it? Can you repeat the question again? The sellout question.
What would it take for you to sell out?
Well, yeah, I guess. How much? What do you think is what's your selling point? How much would it take for you to sell out?
Is that the original question? I thought it was a different one.
Oh, I've gone through a whole monologue, sir.
The title says, "How much would it take for you to sell out?"
How much?
Probably, like, I got to do like at least 100 million, at least.
I call bullshit.
No,
I got to do at least 100 million.
I call bullshit.
So you believe that your morals are that high?
Not that high. That sound, that structure, that you will not waver from them.
That you would not waver until you had 100 million.
I think so. I mean, why is it so far off? Why is it so far stretched?
No.
Well,
because I'd be willing to almost guarantee that if someone came to you, I'm telling you, if somebody opened up a suitcase with $100,000 in front of you right now and said, you could have this $100,000 tax free.
Not me.
All you have to do is this.
I gotta
you gotta have some discernment, and you gotta make sure that not all money is good money, right?
You hear this? No discernment. No, not all good money is good money. Let me just say this way. So, Marcus, 100 million. That's your price, right?
At least.
Is that your price to give up that pussy?
I don't fucking do that pussy. You do pussy?
No, sir.
I don't do pussy.
100 mil for them to get back shots on you. 100 mil. They want to give you that money. That's the compromise.
No, you didn't never added that. You never added that, sir. You never added that. You never added that. You never added that scenario.
All he said was sell out. He didn't tell you what the sellout was.
Still the same.
Exactly. So you can't just throw it in there like that either.
No, sir. Because if I give a price, that means for anything.
No, you didn't say for anything. You just said you sell out.
Rick can tell you what I said earlier. I would rather deal with people who have no figure at all than people who actually lock down a figure. Rick can tell you.
He did say that. And in fact, we went down, like, the first thing I went to when I first came up here was going.
Well, that goes back to the same thing you said earlier, Resla. That sounds good too. That sounds good and all. That sounds good. Yeah, fucking right. CNN type shit.
You're muted.
Yeah, thank God. There's a God. There's a God.
The reason why I said it is because that mindset lets me know there's a person who's really been in a position where they've probably been fluctuating through life. They have not had it good to the point where they think that their values are so high that they must be offered something astronomical in order for them to give it to forge and go break their values, when the truth of the matter is that for less than what they probably have today. They've already done things to compromise their values in the past.
Mm-hmm.
That's this guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I said it, and I said
well, why would I take a fucking $100,000? Why would I take $100,000? Why the fuck would I take $100,000 if I already make plenty over that?
Stream earlier, and I'll say it now. There are plenty of people who make less than 100K, probably less than 70K.
You know, 100K in a day is a whole lot.
Compromise their values at some point in their life.
Not only that, 100K in a day is a whole lot more than 100K in a year.
I didn't say 100K in a year, did I? Exactly. What the fuck are we talking about?
Then you the one that said, why would I take 100? You said I would. Hold on. He said he would take 100K. Why would I take that if I already make 20 over that? So you're telling me you make $120,000 a day?
I make plenty welcoming over that. I make plenty of that, and I'm comfortable.
He's making my point. He's making my point.
So why the fuck would I settle for 100K?
He's making my point. He can.
What point are you trying to make? What point are you trying to make?
You can only ask for something astronomical if you're already doing well in life. You're not struggle.
I know what it is to not have anything, and I know what it is back then when I was a young kid. What the fuck are we talking about? It's not like I grew up into it or was born into it.
There are plenty of people who slowly come up through the world through coasting, which means if I live long enough, I get into this position, I get to this job, I get to. There's not many people that sit there literally sitting in rags. So the rags to riches story, this is why they're so rare. There are not many stories of people who said that I was homeless, I was living in a crack house, and now I'm a millionaire. Name them.
I'm working on it.
Right. Okay. Work on your way to 100K, understand, man. Work on your way to 100K.
There's not many. I can remember what it was like when I made under 23K.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not so pompous to the point where I can turn around and say I need to be offered like 100K.
You asked if you wanted to give us a fucking number of what we would take. What's wrong with saying 100 million though? How is that wrong? Or is that immoral to ask for that much? Is it really that immoral to ask for that much?
Because you already added extra shit, right?
No, but I'm saying, is that immoral to ask for that much?
What was my question?
It's not about the morality of it.
What was my question?
Or are you guys just virtue signaling?
No, I just don't think that it would take that much. I think that you're capping.
I'm not capping. Why the fuck would I cap? Why would I fucking be on a panel, waste my time late at night to fucking be full of shit for that?
Was the
reason why I say that is because none of us have had that situation offered to us.
I got it better for you.
It's easy to say you would do something when you've never been put in a
situation. But it's a hypothetical, right?
Look at the title of the stream, and you'll know what the question was.
Okay.
What's the title? What's the title of the stream? How much would it take you to sell out? I didn't say what kind of thing. What is your ultimate number?
100 million is a damn sure good number to be comfortable with. I know Brick, the other day, Brick, didn't you say something about 500 billion? Brick, didn't you say something about 500 billion the other day? Okay.
I said it today too.
Okay, there you go. So if you're gonna say 100 million for me, you got the gall and the nerve to fucking come at me with 100 million, but he's motherfucker over here next to me in the middle has 500 billion to make a so-called fucking flawed ass utopia.
Wait, but guess what I just heard?
Get the fuck out of here.
Wait, Mark, guess what I just heard?
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. You go full of shit.
But guess what I just heard? For 500 billion, he's willing to take back shots.
I'm not. Who said who? I'm not. Are you? Are you willing to? I didn't bring up back shots at all. I didn't bring up bussy at all.
No. The idea is that how much would it take? Which means it's not up for debate. That's your cost for anything to deprive yourself.
No, I didn't say for anything. That's your number. Maybe I would have said majority. You can say majority, right?
That's your number.
I said for majority, right?
But
my number fluctuates depending on what it is you're asking me to sell out for.
Exactly. Thank you. The fucking context. Fuck out of here.
I said, what was your number?
Look, there's a scale.
For me, I don't have this idea of living a lavish, rich life. I just don't. I get it. I'm American. Oh my gosh, perish the thought. I would rather spend my time learning how to make $1 million rather than have $1 million just drop in my lap.
All right, now you're adding morality into it, then, right? And values and all that kind of shit, and character carving.
That's not morality. I'm not.
You're adding character card. Now you're adding the character value of it.
No, you just don't want to take back shots.
No.
Right. Again, y'all the ones that added that shit. I'm not on that gay shit.
With morality, I'm not being moral about it. I'm saying
you just don't want to take back shots.
Exactly. I ain't gonna take no fucking back shots for no motherfucker.
Yeah, I'm not doing it either. For the record.
Yeah.
So, for instance, people who turn around and I get all kind of accusatory just for how I run my channel, right? They say I pay for shit. I learned everything I do to build this channel. Not $1 has gone to any external person or whatever in order to make anything I got going on. Because why? I'd rather learn how to be a millionaire, because even if I lost on the money, the knowledge that I have, I can make it again. Someone dropping shit in your lap, you learn nothing.
Yeah.
Shit. Well, I mean,
you could definitely learn some shit.
If you ever do from a win, damn.
That was why I went down the road of writing.
It's been a good show so far, but let's see where it goes.
Yeah, that's actually kind of why I went down the road of objective right versus, non-objective right, and that sort of thing is because there's absolutely some things that I will not sell out for. But if it came down to like certain things, I'll take that 500 billion to
Resla. What's your number?
So I'm gonna add up. So
Resla, what's your number to take back shots?
No. His
shit. It must be low. It must be low.
You don't have a number? I don't.
10K, he said.
I don't have a number because number
said
one,
10K ain't no way.
I don't have a number because I don't ever see myself being rich.
But you are rich.
No, I'm not.
With wisdom.
I'm not. I'm definitely not on that either. I don't have a number. And then my thing is
that was gay as fuck is gay as fuck.
Where's Pence Man at so he could tell you it was gay?
If I ever develop a number, it needs to be based on. If I ever develop a number, it needs to be based on where I know I can get that on my own, not because someone drops it on my lap. Because because the first thing I read.
Yeah, but you're the one that set up the same freaking question though. How's that shit make sense?
Nothing is free. That's why I understand this.
Look, okay. If I could get a word in, let us all remember the statue of Lady Justice has scales in one hand, a sword in the other, and a blindfold on. You throw the shit on the scales. Yeah. If it, it depends on what you want me to do, how much you're going to fucking pay me. You want me to crack the earth in half? Well, yeah, you're going to have to pay me a lot of goddamn money. Sorry.
And keep in mind, I said it earlier, even through my monologue. I'm not upset with the people that turn around and have a price to do something. Because you know why? It would change not only their life, but also the lives of the people around them. So if someone said, Marcus, that they were willing to go take back shots for that kind of money.
What?
You said that. I didn't fucking say that.
There is not enough money.
You literally didn't even add all that shit.
At the end of the day,
listen, whatever happened in Vegas with your blood buddies over there, whatever fucking happened over there in between y'all, all right? Don't try to project that shit on us, all right?
I'm not mad at them making a decision that
are you suggesting Resla suffering from PTSD right now?
For their friends and their family. I am not
post-traumatic syndrome of the dick. Yeah.
Post-traumatic dick disorder?
Not
something like that.
What context am I missing?
Anything I was already saying, because if you had got the concept, you know what you wouldn't be doing? Sticking freaking cotton balls up your ass right now, Marcus. You would.
Is that what you do? Is that what you're doing to cause this question? Because now I feel like you're just doing a tell-all book. Is that what you're doing, like Kareen Steffens?
Yeah, I'm backed up.
There is not enough money in the. Mine is zero. Mine is zero. You cannot let. I will not allow you to let your seed roll down my back
right now. But yeah, I'll get through it.
What up, Spectrum Cable?
Wow.
How about you, Resla?
Oh, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. You were low.
How about you, Resla? How are you?
I'm good. I'm just tired.
He's over here trying to talk about Bussy because he likes that Bussy. He likes them cotton balls in his ass. That's what he's talking about.
Hey, I just want to let you know I don't have a price, Marcus.
I know. Like I said, my price is to get 100, but that's not for everything that you just said, though. Whatever you do, delete your browser history.
The reason why, Mama, is because people don't sell their morals for nothing. They normally do it for income and gain.
It's got to be a monetary gain of some sort.
Monetary.
Yeah, it's like a scale.
People
don't
sell their morals for no reason.
I mean, think about it. Even women that sell out with them. Even women that sell out to marry, give their pussy to somebody that is subpar in looks or whatever. They'll for enough money, they'll fuck anything.
I said it for the dope boy. I said it for the woman that turns around. She doesn't want to work and she's opening her apartment out to get slutted out. I said it on both ends.
Well, and I mean, you're talking about women doing it. You don't think men do it too? I mean,
absolutely they do.
Fucking naive.
He never.
Stop. Apparently, people didn't get it. See, it's not my fault you mofos come late. I had a whole hour soliloquy, and when I said everything,
you mean like your period?
It's not my fault you're late. It's not my fault you're late. If you didn't pay attention, you should really go about hit 2 or 1.5, catch the fuck up, and then you will understand how we got to this point. But I'm not here to give you the road to perdition. I have to explain everything to you.
And if you don't know, write it down.
Take notes. Yeah.
Write it down. Take a picture. I don't give a fuck.
Well, it's kind of.
I still ain't taking back shots.
Sure.
Exactly. Thank you, Snowman.
Well, you could. You just have to make sure you have the word.
Hey, you might take back shots. Speak for yourself there, James. Not everyone else.
Yeah. Let me make sure. Let me make sure that I understand the concept right, because this whole idea of taking back shots and all of this stuff, I believe I kind of clarified it. Is that there's definitely some things that you wouldn't do, and there's definitely some things that you would do, and we're separating the two. What would you sell yourself for the things that you would do, and what is that price? Marcus said it's 100 million. Angry Snowman said it's 100,000. It's what would you sell yourself for on those things that you would do?
Shit, for the right shit, I'd sell out for $1.
Price, because I put morals above everything.
Oh, here we go. He's the perfect candidate.
I bet you do, James. I bet you that Spectre cable doesn't come free, huh?
He's the perfect candidate for the conversation.
Wait a minute, Spectre cable.
He's the perfect candidate to end up
taking back shots.
He's the perfect candidate for this conversation. Are you telling me that your morals are so high, so superior that there's nothing you would forego, or nothing you would do even once to be able to help, quote, the benefits of not just yourself but also for your family and friends? Nothing you would forsake even one time if nobody even knew anything about it. There's nothing.
I like how Resla keeps building up certain things he left down in the beginning. But go ahead, Resla. Go ahead.
No, Marcus, you weren't here in the beginning. That's your problem.
He did mention all this in the opening.
I didn't hear the opening. I wasn't here for the opening.
Not my problem.
Well, that's your fault.
Not my problem.
I know. See, privileged ass people right here. Privileged ass fuck. They don't know what it's like.
Well, I wasn't here for the opening either. I was over there raising tomatoes because of the debate with Andrew and about gematria.
Oh, that gematria bullshit. That gematria bullshit's a fucking scam.
Scenario. There's nothing you would compromise on if it meant even if it was one time, even if nobody ever had to know about it, that will benefit not only you but your family and your friends. Nothing.
No.
Here's the thing, James. Here's the thing, James. I guarantee you that there's something you're doing right now as we speak. Right now, as we speak, that is violating your own morals.
How do you figure that? What do you mean video games?
What game are you playing?
Mostly Call of Duty. What's that got to do with
Call of Duty? Video game? I knew it. I fucking knew it.
What does that got to do with morals?
Is it a violent video game?
Violence is not against my moral.
Do you say ninja when you're on that headset? No one can see you.
We're losing it. We're losing the point because guess what? He's not answering the very question that's foundational to him. Are you telling me there's nothing you would forsake even one time if nobody even had to know about it to benefit not only you but your friends and family?
I would not, because everything will be found out. Everything will be revealed.
I just told you if nobody would find out.
Yeah, but everything will be revealed. There's nothing that's hidden.
How? I just told you.
How?
I just literally said the scenario. Nobody would find out. You would go to the grave with it.
Somebody talks. It's gonna get revealed.
You're literally not paying attention to the question. I said no one would, so you can't say someone. I said no one.
Yeah, but that's putting an absolute.
As in you would go to the grave. Everybody else would go to the grave, and no one would ever find out. You would not
hypothetical.
Do that.
Yes.
Yeah, but it's a very much hypothetical, and it's putting a lot of. That's putting a whole absolute though. You can't make an absolute statement about anything.
It's not a statement.
You can't make an absolute statement.
It's a question.
Yeah, it is. It's a statement.
It's not a
statement. No, it's a question.
And it was
a statement.
I gave you a hypothetical question. It's not a statement.
You see the question mark.
And then there's a statement. I gave you a question. It's a hypothetical question directly to you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Based upon your morality or right and wrong.
It was.
And you're
I said no the whole time.
James.
Yeah, he said what he said. Resla and Brick. He said what he said. Brick and Resla. He said what he said.
Okay, and I want to just clarify. You're a fan of Andrew, correct? I like Andrew.
I'm a fan of Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, he always presents this. Can you engage in a hypothetical? Doesn't he? Now, can you engage in the hypothetical?
Well, we don't discuss the hypothetical. I said no.
Okay.
I know, but that's just the sake of conversation for the sake of hypothetical is what he means, James. But hey, man, you want to stick to your square? You stick to your square. Resla can't be none. He's a pussy chaser over there. He right there.
But
he opened up the peg.
Though you can't put absolute on things though.
Yeah, there are absolutes, right?
No, not when it comes to something like absolute statements in the sense of like nobody will find out and
how
things
about
like that.
Is there something that you wouldn't do for money?
That I wouldn't do.
Right.
Wouldn't do.
I wouldn't do for money.
What would it be that thing?
That I would do for money to be moral.
What would you do? You would not do. What would be that thing that you would not do for money?
It's part of the spectrum.
Not do for money.
Is there an echo? What would you not do for money?
No, you're not echoing. You're good, sir.
Wait a minute. I'm trying to. Hold on. I'm not feeling well right now. I'm trying to wrap my head around. What would I not do for money?
James. They're asking if all the money. Hold on, James. They're saying that all the money in the world they offered you. What's the one thing you would absolutely say no to? You won't do it for money. What's the one thing you won't do for money? Is there anything?
I won't break my morals.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ.
This is disingenuous. To the court, this is disingenuous.
How do you figure that? Who are you to define?
Because you're not giving your opinion, bro. They just asking you for your opinion.
They just want your opinion, James. In a hypothetical world, in an alternate multiverse of an Earth where you were here, you were put on Earth, and whatever money option, whatever zeros on that check, if you can get that, or in a cash briefcase or in a duffel bag, whatever you get, would you have a certain limitation or boundary or line that you would not cross to make that money? Or if so, on the other side of that question, what would you do? Or I'm sorry, not what would you do, but how much would you take? And why moving forward.
Thank you, Professor Marcus. I don't even know why we needed a dissertation for that. Like
I told you, I got my spectrum certificate.
Well, I told you I wouldn't break my morals even if they gave me all the money in the world.
Nobody knows what your morals are.
But we're not talking about morals, though. We are just talking about.
Well, look at the Bible, and you know what my morals are.
Don't worry.
Check out the Bible.
James, respectfully, the word morals is not a shield. I could have easily said I would not eat a leather shoe.
Yeah, it's funny how ladies.
The word morals is not a shield for you.
Well, check out the Bible. You'll figure out moral.
Well, yeah, but we're not bringing in okay. If you want to use part of your morality on the Bible, then cool. What would you not do within your standards of the Bible to not take that money? Jesus, let's do that.
That's a long-winded answer.
No, it's not. But boy, hey, look, my boy, James, I'm a believer of the Bible myself, bro. I believe in God too, but I'm also gonna be a real sinner. I sin every fucking day, cocksucker. I sin every day, but I answer my freaking sins to God.
Wait, are you gonna tell me if all the things in the Bible you couldn't even say? How about this? I wouldn't do infidelity. How about I would not murder? How about like nothing? You could say nothing.
I would not do anything that's against the Bible for moral.
But nobody here is going to accept that answer because we are not on What does the Bible teach?
Well, look, man. Do you eat shrimp? How about clams?
Wait a minute. That's a whole nother.
No.
Wait a minute.
Yeah,
but if you go to Golden Corral, it's an exception. If you go to Golden Corral, it's an exception. Okay.
Christians can eat shrimp. Christians can eat
hold on.
Hold on. Crustaceans of the sea, you have to work on that.
No, Christians can eat that.
No. Jesus said one dot or one tittle of the old law will not pass until Revelation.
You got to know the context of who that was given to.
Yeah, context.
No,
I read it.
We're not going down that.
I'm not. As far as I know, I'm not an Israelite. I'm a Gentile, as far as I know. Now I have suspicion that I could be an Israelite.
What
doesn't
would you not do ever,
James?
What would you not do ever?
I'm gonna make this easy. Chat. For those of you in the
Murder,
chat,
not commit adultery.
You would not do. What was
what
the one thing you would not do?
Murder somebody. I would not commit adultery for all the money in the world. I would not.
Okay.
We start listing off the 10 Commandments. For the most part, with the exception of maybe the Sabbath. That was not really relevant to me.
Why the fuck is this getting turned into a biblical discussion?
Easy question.
Yeah,
that's what
moral.
Bro, he did this.
I don't care about your fucking morals, James.
The word morals is not a shield for being specific. You could have taken anything under the sun, even in freaking Christianity or whatever, and could have said it. One thing.
I don't believe that there ain't a single fucking person on this panel that, given the right fucking offer, ain't going to fucking deviate on their morals. And to tell me otherwise, I'm going to tell you you're full of shit.
Look, like I said, there's a balance. And you throw me enough money, I will dead shot a motherfucker that I don't know.
All right, so should I do it?
You want them dead? You want them dead?
Should I go down the road of right and wrong again? Because they weren't here. There are some objective rights and wrongs, okay? The R word, babies. M word, babies. Those are obvious objective wrongs. Anybody disagree?
Can't say
nope.
Okay, so if you don't disagree with that, there are some things that you would not do for money.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, so
there's a few
building
things.
on that foundation.
Stay away from bussy rest.
What would your price be? Where would you have to draw the line? Where? Mine is 500 billion. To create my utopia, I would have to live with the idea that I'm playing God.
Well, fair enough.
You know, 500 billion would do it because I could buy a state and I could create my utopia, but I still have to live with the idea that I'm playing God. Now, I admit that, right? Now, is anybody else willing to admit that, okay, I would steal a car for like 100 grand. I would red rum somebody for $1 million. Is anybody like, this is such an easy question. I'm sorry.
It's not hard. No,
after looking at all the people that tried to create a utopia, I would never try to create a utopia.
You know why you don't have to?
I'm not God.
You don't, James. You don't have to look at anybody. You know why? Because the question was posed to you and you only. You didn't have to look at
I wish Brandon was up here. Brandon would have just answered that shit straight up.
Was posed to you and you only. We weren't asking for you to speak for the world. The question was only for
I said what I said. Y'all won't accept that I said.
Brandon would have been up here like saying, "Yeah, I would have done it if she was white."
Well, look, I've played Dungeons and Dragons since I was a kid. Okay, I look at it as being the dungeon master. You want to call it being God? Well, fair enough. Okay, that term applies really when you're the dungeon master of your universe.
How is that being God? That's pretty
much. A dungeon master makes the rules, and if you fuck up, he fucking applies them as he sees fit. That's God.
That's God.
I was pushing the idea of who God is. Because God is eternal.
He doesn't understand. Yeah, he's stuck
eternal. All of a sudden, you just exist from before beginning of time to the end of
you are a beast. So I'm gonna do this, guys. I'm gonna do this, guys. Wait, for those who know who Sharon is, like I'm gonna do it. You're being so obtuse because we're being I'm
getting caught in what they call the nuances.
No,
you're. He's,
I'm getting caught in the particulars, as they call it, the particulars.
You're the
thing, the
God speaks to you.
Because I think about every detail. I see all angles.
No,
Maybe
you don't. You don't see all angles. You don't.
Maybe I'm a little autistic.
Because for you to see all angles, you would have to be all knowing, and you're
James,
not.
James, are you kind of being facetious right now? Are you a little trolling right now?
You are not him.
You're trolling a little bit. You're facetious a little bit right now.
Oh, I'm being a little funny.
Not him.
Why trying to be?
You
see what I'm saying? He's trolling. He's being facetious.
All you want. You are not him.
Right.
I never claimed to be him.
So here's a question for James: are morals subjective?
No, they're objective.
If they're
that is straight up.
Okay, here we go. Now we know where it plays into. Now we know.
Morals are objective. Okay, if I shoot a deer in the face, and kill it, and then take it home and eat it,
wait a minute, killing.
Is that morally bad?
Killing. You use the word killing.
I'm a killer.
Killing is not murder.
Okay, well, fair enough.
And murder is what gets the Bible.
If you fucking
sure. You're still not going along with the answer to his question, because he was still literally giving you something.
Hey, Resla,
what happened in that clockwork is that James is hearing you to respond, not listening to understand.
Hey,
do the at sea question.
I mean, I get that, Rez. I appreciate
well, I didn't. I guess the way y'all been going at me, I've mistaked what he was trying.
Okay,
to
do.
It's probably his Spectrum cable service. That's what it is.
One
more.
Cable
service.
And I swear, I'll leave it alone.
My entire stream is brought to you by Spectrum Cable.
We have some.
I'll talk about it on his end, Rez. On his end.
The world
James,
is
okay.
I got like Xfinity.
Yeah, the sun's gonna.
He got Xfinity even worse.
Do you know what the James? Do you know what the forbidden question at sea is?
No.
Okay. So there's a question that sailors do not ask unless absolutely they have to. They just don't ask it. And the question is, who's going to draw the lots? Who's going to hold the lots, right? So that we can draw lots to see who's going to be eaten. Because we're not making it back.
Oh, James drinking that Arizona green tea. Shout out to
the
you.
reason that this happens is because the men don't want to die. What would you do in that scenario? Would you hold the lots? Would you eat the man?
A lot.
Would you be the one to be eaten? Would you participate in that?
I would try to survive, not be eaten and not eat nobody.
But what are you gonna do? You're on the ship. Somebody's got to look. It's the seven of us. Yeah. We know we're not going to make it.
I've seen it. Yeah,
we're going to draw lots.
Yeah, it's fucking weird. I was in the army. I was on a ship
drawing lots.
We were going from
again. I would try to not die and not eat nobody. I will go with that. I will take the more.
And then when hunger and starvation kick in, what are you going to do?
Resla, he said what he said. Resla, he said what he said. Brick, he said what he said. Resla, he said what he said.
But what he said? What he said? No. He told me what he's not going to do. He didn't tell me what he's going to do.
I've never been in that
There's
scenario.
a difference.
Right now, I had to say I took the more high road. But if I got in that scenario, I might see it differently.
No, James would jump.
Right? No, you got the.
If I get in the scenario,
you might see it different because hunger and starvation kick in, and your natural.
The only opinion I got is that I would take the moral high road right now. That's the only opinion I got.
What high road? What's the moral high road?
What's the high road?
Not trying to eat nobody, and also not be trying to get eat.
But not what you won't do, what you will do.
That's the thing. What I will do is what I will do. Let
me break it down. You heard the scenario, right? You would not try to eat anybody or anything like that, right?
Yeah, I would try to eat nobody.
How do you want to live?
Yeah.
You want to live, right? You're in that scenario. Yeah. You're not gonna eat anybody, whatever, but you want to live, right? How do you do that? How do you do that on that ship? Because the whole point of that ship in that scenario is that there's
better options than eating people.
He's gonna.
What
say
are
he's
they?
gonna go fish. He's
no
gonna go fish.
I can eat the bugs.
He's gonna go fish.
I don't have to eat
You eat
people.
the what? You eat the boat?
Eat the bugs. I don't have to eat people. I don't have to become a cannibal.
Is somebody paying me to eat people?
Just the meat off of my bones. I got meat on my bones, and you're. Hey,
you know what?
I drew the short line.
There's I don't know why y'all are still trying to jump on my boy James, man. He's the last hope of humanity, bro. Y'all ain't shit. It's all right.
No, he's dying alone.
I ain't shit either.
How much are they paying?
You know what I'm saying?
He's the first one to go.
I mean, yeah.
Yes. Sorry, James. I don't care if I drew the
line.
line or not. You're the first one to be eaten.
Y'all just don't see all the options.
There are options. The point of drawing the lots is that there's no more options. That's literally the whole scenario.
Yeah,
there's always
an option. We don't have any other choice.
Don't sell yourself short.
Wait,
That's selling yourself short.
James is literally everything I talked about in my monologue, folks. People who can live comfortable enough to believe that there's always options. When literally there's only one choice, and it means that you can either stay where you are or take the deal. There's no multiple choice. He's one of the people that
there is multiple choice.
There's not
other choices.
Yes, there is.
What?
If I believe that, then I'm limiting myself.
But what's the other?
By that, I would also be limiting God to think that God can't make a way.
Hey, we have taken.
And of course, again, that goes back to religion because my foundation is God.
But I understand that. But now
you fine. He doesn't participate. He doesn't eat. He doesn't eat the human beings. What is he going to eat? There's nothing else there.
Again, bugs, something like that. There's always a bug. There's always a bug.
What bugs?
There's always bugs or something. I mean, there's always.
There are no other things. It's just human beings on the ship.
They cannot land on water.
This is something that actually does happen.
Okay, but hey guys, he's chosen to starve.
He ain't gonna starve. He gonna get chopped up into little barbecue pieces.
That's what he chose. He chose that.
No, he's gonna get chopped up into little barbecue pieces because he wouldn't choose.
You're being even Miss Stan said it. It's a simple question.
It's not hard.
I'm gonna say like
numbers. That's right.
Are looking low to your scenario.
Jesus Christ.
I mean, the fact that you guys are still entertaining this is what's laughable. The fact you guys are entertaining this shit. The fact that you guys are entertaining this shit is wild right now.
There are junior high schoolers that can give an answer to this question. It's not a right or wrong answer. They can easily give one though.
Yeah.
Resla, the fact you're still entertaining this shit, he said what he said. He said what he said. Okay, but he gave his opinion. He gave his answer. You know.
Yeah, man. I mean, some of you guys.
How is he going to live?
No answer.
Listen,
his answer
some of you guys.
I'm not gonna answer.
Yeah, but
no,
it's
my answer was that there's other options.
Go ahead, baller. Go ahead, baller.
Other options, man.
No, we didn't give you other options.
No other options. If there were other options, they would not be drawing lots.
And you would tell us what they are.
Well, I told you bugs and stuff.
There are no bugs.
And there's other options.
Hey, no bugs.
There are only
He drunk. He already drunk.
Jesus.
If there were bugs, they would not be drawing lots.
The odds of your scenario
I'm
happening
fucking lost.
It happens, James.
Highly
Yes.
unlikely.
No, it happens. It's happened many times.
Highly unlikely.
No, it happens. It happens.
No, it's not. What's the statistics there? Maybe I'm miscalculating the numbers.
You believe in dragons?
Do you want to know how easy that scenario could have easily come up? When we were during the pandemic and we had cruise ships out at sea that were losing food.
That is true.
That's how easy it was.
Yeah.
And it's
that wasn't long ago.
But that was.
There's a reason it's called the
Forbidden West. That was the odds of that happening
5 years ago.
Yeah. If it had never happened, it wouldn't be called the Forbidden Question.
It sound good. It
is literally called the Forbidden Question.
It's called that. That wasn't long ago. That was less than 5 years ago. And that was almost a possibility.
That's a good point.
Good point. But all right, so listen, he said what he said. He said what he said, Resla. He said what he said, Brick. All right. You know, he said what he said. Hey, it is what it is. It is what it is. You're muted, Russ. You're muted, Russ. I didn't even shit you
It is what it is. It is what
it
it is.
is. What it is.
It is what it is.
He was being so deceitful. James, like Jay, I see the smile on his face. He knows exactly what he's doing. That's some bullshit.
No.
What's up, Simon? What's up?
I heard poo off the ship.
I'm being serious though. When I say the likelihood of it is low, I'm being serious. I'm not joking about
it
that.
Might be low,
it's not
but
low.
we're going
That's why I literally
to
brought
that
up the whole
low
cruise ship. There were thousands of people on the cruise ship, and they all had to face that situation. That wasn't long ago with thousands of people.
That was, but still, overall though, in numbers, how often would that happen? What are the odds of that happening?
It happens enough that I can tell you that it's a scenario.
In this day and age, James, it's still highly possible.
Is that man or a woman?
That's the point I'm highlighting.
Can you clarify that, wrestler? Is that man or woman speaking? I just want to know.
What are you talking about?
You ain't shit, Simon.
No, wait. Now, the person speaking, is that man or a woman?
Does it matter? Is your dick hard? Like, what was going on here? Why does it matter?
Wow.
I understand. I really want to understand.
It doesn't matter. It does, if you hear that, guess what? The answers don't change whether they are a man or a woman. The answers don't change.
I just want to know, like, I'm just saying.
No, it doesn't matter.
Are they going to clarify themselves? Are you a man or a woman?
Simon, what would you do for that money?
Hey, James, he wants to know if you're James, he wants to know if you're available.
What?
It's a James. It's a no.
I want to say.
You gave it away, so it's a James. Okay, it's a James. Okay, so it's a. What is that, man? I'm still confused.
I'm not available for dudes because I'm not gay.
You're a dude. You're a dude.
I'm a dude, and I'm not gay. So.
No one said nothing about you being gay. I'm just trying to work out if he was a man or woman because your voice is kind of like okay. Anyway, sorry, wrestler. Thank you. Right,
cool. It might just be because I'm sick.
Oh no, it's all good.
I have a sore throat. Maybe I sound bad.
All good.
No, continue speaking.
How you doing?
Put some baritone into it. Go on. Let's go.
Baritone.
This dude's wild.
Okay.
I can't.
All right, James.
Well, hey. That's the cost of being online, Resla. That's the cost of being online. It's crazy out here,
Oh, you are crazy. That's all.
All right, so when y'all are done with Malcolm in the middle over there, move on to the next shit. Let's go.
I'm gonna shut the fuck up.
3, 2, 1. Hey, light it. Light this motherfucking rocket. Look. Dud. It was a dud. Sorry.
You're good.
Too much. So
B Ball was gonna say something, Reza, but y'all were just shouting at James the whole time, scolding.
Well, I couldn't hear him over your whole screaming over our bussy over and over again. So B Baller, can you turn around?
Every time you say it, just sounds so zesty. What are you saying, man?
Well, that you know why? You know why? Because you know why? You fantasize about me being a zesty, but it won't happen.
Damn, this guy. Yo, hey, I like your little fantasy, but just keep it to yourself, all right? Keep it to yourself, my boy.
You're the only one that have to keep mentioning it.
Hey,
it's hearing in the front of your mind, sir. So, Big Baller, can you
bask in the ambience, cuz?
Can you pray the gay away from him and just say what you're gonna say?
Pray the gay away. That's wild.
Okay, how do you do that? I guess you pray to Jesus.
Is it just me? But every time he speaks, I sense female. I don't know.
Can you do me a favor, James? Can you pray the gay away from Marcus?
This guy's wild.
Pray to what now?
Every time yo, is your name James for real, or is it
James? Yeah, James.
James. Oh, okay. Okay.
Come on, Resla. Pray the gay away from me.
Are you born in that place?
Espiritu Sancti, S2S Domini.
Hey, B Baller, what were you gonna say though, bro? Because I remember a lot of dudes crashing out.
That's why. Hey, look, I got it. I got the Latin. Espiritu Sancti, S2S Domini. Light a candle. Now let's go in the confession booth and
that's why I don't do meth.
Yeah.
That's a fact.
So, well, what is this? Are you doing some partner shit? So you got your father and your mother like in the booth at the same time. What's going on here? All of a sudden you're deep, and next second you're light. So what is going on over there? It's really suspect, man. Like 1 minute, I'm James.
Hey, Simon, are you from the UK?
Oh, I'm from the UK.
Oh my God, please.
Well, you see this shit? Nah. You know how I check this shit? Look. Now you got, James, like.
I'm not saying that. I'm just asking your accent. Is it UK or fucking?
This is what you want, Resla. This is what you want, Resla.
Wrestler, you see that shit? Come on, bro. You didn't check this shit for real. This nigga is playing around with you for real. This is crazy.
You know, he ain't playing around with you. You the only one that's questioning shit.
Oh, okay. You can't see this schizophrenic in your chat. Like he's going back and forth. 1 minute he's deep, next minute he's like, you see this shit? Look, and next it's like,
the issue that I have, Simon, is that you're the only one that's really stuck on it. No one else mentions
Jesus.
James is on camera. You can't tell what sex he is. Clockwork's all in his voice, and you all enchanted.
There's no James. There's no James. Do you understand that?
James is not here, man.
Oh,
you look like the Unabomber.
James.
Is that the Unabomber?
My name is James.
James isn't here, man.
I mean, I'm here.
Why are you doing that?
If you can't tell now that James has been put on the full screen, I need for you to do me a favor, Simon. Stop hitting on him. So
yeah, please.
Yeah, it's kind of
back shot.
It's weird.
I wasn't even speaking about him. No, I wasn't speaking about him. I was speaking about the dude in the middle. So
Clockwork.
Who, me?
Clockwork.
What did I do this fucking time? Come on.
The one that said who, man? That's the one. Oh shit. Here we go.
Okay.
He said, "Oh shit, here we go."
Why is this dude always chasing me? Jesus Christ. Go back to your bitch. Like, god damn. Why are you always chasing me?
You fucked up.
Nah, bro. I'm just up there. We're talking all of a sudden. Here we go again. You know what I'm saying? I'm bored of these motherfuckers that want to chase me around. I ain't go suck a fucking
they chase
dick.
you around when Clockwork was here before you? How's that chasing you around? And then you walked up, and that's more like chasing him around.
Yo, go eat a fish finger.
Follow that logic.
Don't even talk to me. No, don't talk to me. You don't even know what I'm talking about. But do you know what I'm talking about?
He said, "You a guy. Don't talk to me anymore."
Nobody knows what you're talking
you about. Hey, Simon.
Simon got this like.
Yo, go eat some crab sticks or some shit. Like, what the fuck? Like,
yo, did he say hey Siri? Did he say hey Siri?
It doesn't even matter what it is.
Well,
like the most horrible, nasty thing.
Please, pretty
please. I'm just saying, like, he got a mustache like Hitler. Do you know what I'm saying? So I don't even.
I don't have a mustache.
What?
I don't know what that ain't right. You can't walk into school like that. You can't walk into school like that. They're gonna bully you, bro. Trust me.
What are you talking about, Simon?
Yo,
he said, "Trust me."
You can see he got bullied his whole life. That's why.
Simon, how many voices are there right now?
That's
why. Don't do that. You know, I'm talking facts. Like, he got bullied his whole life.
How many voices are you hearing right now, Simon?
How many drinks? That's a better question.
Don't come at me with your red damn jumper. Like you got something to say. Yo, I see like they try to run you off this platform a long time ago, bro. I've been cool with you. If you want to open your mouth to me, I'll run you off, bro. Don't worry about it. Just looking off. Don't do that shit.
Simon,
you think you're clear? You're not clear, bro. No. Go ahead. Go ahead. What? Go ahead. What? Go ahead with what? Why you got hearts in your background? Why you got hearts in your background? What you look? Valentine's Day is gone, bro.
That's a T-shirt.
Get away with it.
You ain't fucking with no crackhead here, bro.
You are a crackhead, bro. Why are you mentioning it in the first place,
bro? You have no fucking clue what the fuck I am. I am that Southern son, bitch.
You want to call me a bitch? You want to do that?
You're a bitch,
Yo,
bro.
Resla, let me get that.
You're
Let me get this
too.
dude. He's a fool.
You're a
okay.
head.
Okay, Resla, yo.
Laugh at stupid shit.
You want to fucking speak to me?
You're a
what?
head. You got voices in your head, and you're a head.
All right, well, tell me about it. What kind of voices do I have in my head? What kind of voices do I have in my head?
I have no idea. How many are there,
you don't, because you just said it and you don't have any idea. So what kind of sense does that make? You're talking about something that you have no idea about. I mean, what the fuck is that about? You are crazy. Don't do it. Like, just stay. Look, I like you being on Res's platform. I watch you.
Oh, you
Calm
do?
Don't fuck it. Don't speak to me, bro. Don't do it. You're in a different world. You're in a different world speaking to me. Don't try it. Don't try it.
Simon, we're having a show here. We're talking about your price. How much would you sell for?
To get you to shut the fuck up.
You talk about selling out? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. What would you sell out for? How much money would it take you to sell out?
Could you even ever sell out? Is that what you're saying? You're gonna
no, the question is, can you sell out? The question is,
how much would it take for you to sell out?
Sell what out, though?
Question.
Yeah, I mean, it's a different question, right?
Bro, if you don't understand what's going on here, I don't know what to do for you.
Yeah.
Well, to sell out, like, how much would it take you to sell out to break a rule of yours, a moral or something? I mean, how much would it take?
Well, it don't take that much. It'll take $10 for me to sell out for you motherfuckers, because at the end of the day, like, you ain't shit. So, like, you know,
hey.
You know me now.
Okay.
Look, what are you talking about exactly? Like, so you're talking like, it's gonna take.
What does the question mean?
No one look. It don't matter. Like, it don't matter. Like, at the end of the day,
don't matter.
It don't, because if someone gave me $10 tomorrow to sell you out, I'll do it. Trust me.
Well, fair enough. An honest answer, finally.
Why is everyone going to sound like you're sniffing pussy or some shit like that? What the fuck?
You guys are in control, chat.
Hey, I'm just here, man.
No, it's real. Like, look, why does it take so much for you guys to like comprehend human behavior? You know what I'm saying? It's like, look, you will do the same thing. If your neighbor turned around, knocked on your door, and was like, yo, you know,
hey,
and you was at your lowest ebb. You was at your lowest ebb, and you were broke, or some shit was going down, or you know, you was trying to find your next sort of
fair enough
financial presence or some shit like that. You know, and yeah, and they were like, yo, I'll give you $10. Right? No one else is giving you anything. No one's giving you anything right now, right? So what are you talking about? The thing is like, we tend to do this thing. No, you're not listening. We tend to do this thing where you seem to think that someone presents you with a lot of money or some shit like that, and that's gonna make your fucking life successful, when it does not.
Wait, stop. This is not about success. It's about people who are willing to make the choice consciously. What would be enough money for them to, quote, give up these things that they call their morals? How much would that be?
Well, okay, and apparently Simon wasn't listening. You remember my analogy about the Lady Justice statue with the blindfold and the scales in one hand and the sword in the other? Yeah, you throw the shit up on the scales. If I've got one coconut and I want you to fucking tell a lie about what actually happened, and somebody else has 2 coconuts and throws it on the other side of the scale, who you gonna go with? I mean, it's pretty non-confusing, because one side of the scales is light. You know what I mean?
Well, you know, non-confusing ain't an actual word, but anyway, the thing is like, when we're talking about selling out, it's like that's just it's a juxtaposition because it's like who are you selling what to, and everyone's got to sell something at the end of the day. It's just a matter of like your preference, like to like. And it's a matter of emotion at the same time, like, and this is why I think people get a bit confused about stuff because it's like, when you're selling something, what are you actually doing? You're just trying to get better in the world. Like that's all it is. You're just trying to make your way in the world. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? So to the next person that might have what you have, or want, like it's never going to be like an equal equivalent. So at the end of the day, like you can't balance that shit. If I'm gonna sell my shit out, I'm gonna sell my shit out. I don't give a fuck. Like serious.
According to James, his morals are high enough. He can never sell out. He can never sell out.
James gonna sell his mustache to his next girlfriend.
Fair enough. But hey, look, if somebody fucking tried to convince you that life is fair, Simon, they are lying to you. Life is not fair. Fucking fair.
I said it in my monologue. I'll say it again right now. People who think that they will have nothing and there's no point where they can sell anything are people who are doing really well. So therefore, they're allowed to play around with the idea. People who are hungry, who are dealing with actual dilemmas in the world, do not think of such lofty fucking aspirations.
I know. Yeah, I know.
You're not going to sit here and talking about I wouldn't do it for $1 million when you're eating out of trash cans.
Exactly. Like I know children that are literally eating out of garbage. I deal with that in my real life. But I'm just saying, like we're too privileged to even understand what this conversation is about.
Well, you go trudge around in South America for like a year. See how you feel about America when you get back. The U.S. Yeah.
Well, that's all dependent on what the circumstances are for people that are living in South America. Are we going to say everybody from South America is just downtrodden? The answer is no.
Well, no, but some of it is like, okay, Brazil is.
Yeah, but you got to understand too, like in Mexico, majority of the economy is terrible. So most people aren't living like you think are. There's either fucking low fucking poor class, majority of them are, and then the rest, a few percentiles, which is the exception, the 1%ers, they're living well.
Everywhere. There are poor classes everywhere. We live in, quote, the best country in the world. We got a poor class.
Yeah, but there's poor and there's poor. Do you know what I'm saying? Like when you're literally like eating out of garbage cans and shit, this is going on in like places like Syria and like Lebanon and
sir, it's happening here in the US.
No, it ain't. Matter. No, not in the same scale. No, not at all.
I was gonna say, you know what the scale.
To varying degrees, it happens everywhere.
No, this is the thing. You guys act like, just because. At the end of the day, like you ain't got in them war-torn situations. Like,
excuse me, Simon, you're telling me that there are people who are downtrodden who are in the street that's not eating out of trash cans here.
Not in the U.S. Not in the U.S.
Not in the U.S. And this is based
on. Whoa, you say not at all.
And this is based on if someone else who lives in the Western kind of world. This this based on.
Yo, I put on that suit and I went over there and I represented you. What are you talking about?
You know this based on your situation as a homeless person, right?
No, I know this based on the fact that I tripped over a landmine and nearly lost my leg, nigga. What the fuck? And I did that for you. Don't fucking speak to me, stupid.
No, you didn't do that for me, nigga. You know why?
I didn't. Oh, okay.
You weren't serving my country.
Okay. Right.
You weren't serving my country. You didn't do that for me. And your ass has, and apparently your ass has not been homeless. So you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You don't know what homeless looks like, bro. What are you talking about?
I've been homeless twice, nigga. Twice.
What? Yeah, and you got back, right? You got back.
Simon, so haven't I. You really don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Don't do that.
Simon, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. There are people on this panel right now who have literally lived that life.
Up, nigga. Kid. Like, look, Resla. Kid. Look, you were homeless twice, right?
I lived it by choice because I could have went back home with mom and dad.
Boy,
But
these
I was about
motherfuckers
to
don't know what the fuck it looks like on the.
And the sad part about it, in 2025, you're so ignorant that you can literally go research online.
I'm so ignorant. I'm so ignorant.
Newspaper of your choice. Anywhere in the globe.
I was paid by
you can easily see that there are people that are eating out of trash cans.
Yeah, there are people. There are
Jesus
people
Christ.
that are so poor that they just it's sad.
Literally, to the point, if you even have one of the largest cities in the world, my city, sir, where there's not even enough people to be in homeless shelters, that means they're out in the street. So where are they getting their meals?
Yeah, I mean, there's not enough homeless shelters in the part of Tennessee that I
you are too comfortable. You're too comfortable.
They need
stupid motherfucker. Are you serious?
You're too comfortable, bro. You don't know.
No, and you're undeniably naive.
Okay. Well, that's what they paid me to be, right? That's what your government paid me to be. Your government paid me to be ultimately naive. That's what they did, right?
My government?
I represented you, and this is the shit I get back. Every time I speak to you folks, it's just like, oh, okay.
First of all,
you can't even understand
it. Had enough conversations and like, you don't represent me.
Okay.
You absolutely don't. We are not the same.
You're lucky you're alive, bro.
Simon, you served in the United States military, Simon.
Oh my Lord.
Simon.
He did not.
No, you didn't. You didn't serve the United States military?
Did he?
Simon, did you serve the United States military?
Well,
any branch or police force in the United States? No.
Did he serve in the UN?
This is the clever dude with the red jumper. Okay, cool.
James said, "Did he serve in the UN?"
Like the UN, like you know,
Yo, James said, "Spectrum Cable, UN."
What the
fuck? Right? We lead the world.
You actually knew.
Simon, are you on the spectrum? You're not on the spectrum.
Yo, Marcus,
he's a head. He's a fucking head.
Yeah.
This dude's whack.
Right. Yeah.
A wackadoodle.
A whack of what?
A wackadoodle. I'm not a wackadoodle.
Technically, the U.S. runs the world, so he's good.
When he sticks his head up, you'll whack him because he's a wackadoodle.
Yeah, you're too privileged, bro. Like, go back and
say, you know who the fuck
another person who is disingenuous, totally deceitful in his words.
Yeah,
exactly.
No, exactly. That's you, nigga. I'm talking about you.
No, you call, oh, Jesus Christ, you called me nigga?
Absolutely. And a liar. What the fuck are we doing here?
That was the last week I thought out here out your mouth, Resla.
Besides, he did say what he would sell out for. It was $10.
$10.
Yeah.
That's what Simon would sell out.
Give me 10. Give me 10. Give me 10.
What a cheap bastard.
Yeah, he's all cheap.
James, you never told us, so nah.
Well, I said in that situation, I might would change my...
See, now he's lying too. He's lying too.
No. I said that after.
So would you sell out for the hunger?
Watch him. He's gonna put the whole world on his shoulders. He can't answer that question.
I would eat out of the dumpster before I sell out for the hunger. I mean, that's low. So
at least. If nothing else,
OG Judo sent me heal, so you know.
Okay.
Put a price on it then, right? I said $10. What are you guys up to?
More than you would give before, James.
Check out the logic of this one. So you're gonna tell me that there's no homeless people eating at the trash can? How can you ask me that question? Because I tripped over a landmine.
I mean, if he was white, you know.
Look, I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna piss off. But yeah, I watched The Walking Dead until they got to Terminus, and they started eating people.
Right.
And then I was like, "No, I'm done."
Yeah.
TV show.
Oh, you see, I could tell that this dude ain't really been in like a harsh situation.
Man, come on, dude.
I'll eat your arm every day. Like, I don't care. Like, put me on the mountain. Like, I'll eat your arm. Don't worry about it.
He said, "Put me on the mountain."
Okay. That means if the apocalypse happens, I know who to stay away from.
Yeah, as long as I don't get a bellyache, I'll eat
one
you.
person to stay away from.
I really don't. Mm-hmm.
So in the hypothetical, James, by the way, of the question at sea, the lots, I actually did pose an answer that is an acceptable answer, and that would be I would jump ship. I will take my chances.
Yeah,
bro.
I would take my chances at sea. Yeah, I would take my chances at sea.
You was gonna eat bugs that didn't exist.
Bugs.
Yeah, see,
you're about to
yeah,
jump
but
ship.
wait
if
a
you're
minute.
going to, James, if you're going to play with a hypothetical, right, you have to play with it with genuinity or with genuineness, right? But you wouldn't consider anything outside of the box. You only considered what was inside of the box, right? And you claimed that there were bugs, but there were no bugs. There was no
I was comparing outside the box. I was researching
told you,
outside.
dirty. What did I tell you? The ignorant. I told you it's gonna get ignorant.
Not inside the box. Why be confined by a box? Why let a box confine you?
But the only other option is to jump ship.
Why would a box confine you? Because that's what a box is. It's to confine shit, James. Exactly what it is, sir.
Yeah.
Why let it though confine you? Like why let it? Why not be a free thing?
Are we really having this conversation right now? Are we really having this conversation?
That's not an answer. Like, how could a box not confine you?
what I'm trying to do
I
is
said, why let it confine you?
No way.
Listen, y'all clearly did not.
Fool for this.
Listen,
you asked for this, Rez. You asked for this. You asked for this.
Why let it confine you? Why let it
in such a way?
That's hilarious.
If you're going to consider a hypothetical and you're going to go in that box of the hypothetical, you have to consider what's outside of the box in reality. And if the bugs aren't there, that's not outside of the box. That's just not even there. And that's
but the most important part of which I'll keep on skipping is, bro, you control what goes inside that box. Y'all where are y'all brains stuck at, bro? The question is
the problem with a box, the issue with the box in any hypothetical is that everything comes with these things that we call parameters. That's what the spaciousness between in a box and all other corners of it, they are parameters.
Yeah, even to James's point, when he say that he only want to go off morality, but what he don't get is he don't believe certain things. He's setting his ways on certain things. So when you said earlier, when you was like, well, some people is going to dig out the trash, some people going to go in the trash can, right? And they're going to go get food, right? Then you even said about the dope dealer, some people is going to hustle. You see what I'm saying? So anything, we was trying to get him just to give an answer to whatever you was asking him, but he wasn't trying to, he was trying to stick to the God point. You know what I'm saying? But he was always stuck on one side, though.
He didn't even make a God point. He didn't. He was hiding behind the. He was hiding behind the word. He was hiding behind.
We're talking about morals, and it's based on his faith. That's why I said the God.
I can't get over James's voice.
Even anyone who can look at God can pick up anything within all the books and find at least one thing moralistic or immoral, and he refused to pick one thing.
I know.
He asked him a very specific question pertaining to him, and he thought that he was going to be on the cross saving everybody.
That's the whole laundry list. I was here 3 hours trying to list all that off.
You didn't need to. You only. Here's the thing, James. If I said, hey, here's a scenario to something, and you could say, I can tell you 5 ways it can go wrong. You only need one. You don't need to list 5. You just need one to say it's a bad thing.
Plus, you already did it. Plus, you already said it. Plus, you already said it in your statement, bro. When you told Resla that somebody is going to tell, and he told you in his scenario, sir, that nobody said anything. You said, well, it doesn't work like that. Somebody is going to tell, and that's the point I'm trying to get you to understand. Where you're not correlating the two together. You think that somebody is going to tell, but in the hypothetical, he's only saying nobody ain't saying nothing. So you're getting scotch-free away from this. You basically getting away with a 5-finger discount. You know what I'm saying?
It's like, you know what I'm saying? Basically with the get out of jail free card. Okay, again, you're over analyzing it. You're listen, bro. Don't move the goalposts. Relax, James. Relax, James. Check that Spectrum cable link. You'll be good. All right, you'll be fine.
Before you cook, real quick, Marcus, I just want to say, hey, what's up, Lindsay? What's going on?
You mean Lindsay? Who the fuck is Lindsay?
Lindsay,
I who that was.
So what's up, Lindsay?
I just add Zilla to the back. Yeah.
Is that Lindsay Smith?
Godzilla, Lindsay.
Yes, sir.
Oh, it's the Frank. Oh, it was the Frank Caucasian woman from last time in your panel. I remember her.
Go ahead, Marcus.
You remember me, do?
Yeah, I know
you guys are simping.
I rock with you.
Yeah, stop that shit.
I'll just wait my turn.
Shut the fuck up with that stupid ass head shit, bro.
Yo, Marcus was making a point. He just detracted. Like, god damn.
You're still being ahead, dude.
Come on. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, we lost track because you guys want to sim. Okay.
No, you lost track. I know right where we're at.
Last time she was up here, she was doing her apology tour and how I did you wrong like 3 years ago. And girl, I had the hugest crush on you, and I just want to let you know I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh Lord.
Yo, James. We were talking about James and like James. I want to pick up where Marcus left off, right? Because like, yo, I mean, don't do that. Don't do
that.
What's wrong with you? You're acting childish. You see this
childish.
Wow. How old is this guy? This
you
guy
got some sayings, Simon,
and they're very much the same thing over and over again.
Like subconsciously that it was supposed to do.
James,
I ain't experienced nothing like that since nursery, bro. What you doing?
I do something subconsciously I wasn't supposed to do.
What the fuck?
Hey, OG, you know if Brandon was up on this panel, he would answer that question a long time ago.
Okay,
he would have said that too with 4K subs.
Wait, hold up. What were you saying, Lindsay?
I just interrupted someone. It's hard to do. Hard not to do. I
Go
don't
ahead.
know
Go ahead, Lindsay. Go ahead. Use your white privilege. I got you.
What I was thinking is, what if you change sell out, the phrase sell out with sacrifice your integrity. And instead of money, it just becomes something that we all do sometimes because it's sort of a lower sin, so to speak. You're not supposed to sacrifice your integrity because it's called immoral or unethical, right? But we all do it on a constant basis because it's just basically cognitive dissonance. Sometimes you have to, whether it's simply because you were talking about before, you have the opportunity to steal from the rich to feed the poor, like Robin Hood, or whatever the case may be. But if you replace, okay, let me give you 3 separate things. This is why I think this is very contextually dependent and very subjective. Now, here's 3 instances of cheating. And in each scenario, you might or you might not have a different answer as to yes, I would sacrifice my integrity for that, or I have before, or no. Maybe you would say no to all 3, but you actually have in the past. So let's take cheating. Okay, let's say you're married. Would you cheat? Well, just sitting here, nobody would say, oh, yes, I would. Say you're in love, but it didn't turn out the way you thought it would. 7 to 10 years later, you're not getting what you wanted, but you don't want to, you have Christian beliefs, you don't want to break up the marriage. The opportunity strikes. You're just this horrible, terrible, horrible person and you kiss somebody. Okay, that's cheating. So you can't definitively say, you could argue that you can't definitively say that, of course I wouldn't cheat. I never would, because we don't know. We don't have a crystal ball. Then there's the kind of cheating where you could be literally cheating on a test. But let's say it's for a license test. Let's say you want to be a teacher and you have to take this test to be a licensed teacher. And if you're not licensed, you're not going to be hired. But you can maybe fake your way through it, cheat on the math section. I don't really know. Cheat on the history section. But when you think about it, you think, oh, that's kind of bad because I'm supposedly teaching high school students or college students and I don't know what the hell I'm doing because I cheated on that portion. And then there's a different kind of, or let's say you can cheat on a medical exam to be a nurse practitioner. You're not going to kill anybody, chances are, but you can see that there's the integrity or immoral, ethical question there too. And then there's a third kind of cheating, the cheating on your taxes, which may be no problem at all if you're anti-government and you want to, say live free and I'm a soft citizen or whatever it is. And there'll be someone else that says, no, that's not okay. For whatever reason, pay your taxes like everybody else has to. So that's why I'm saying this is very contextually, situationally different too. What if I pose the same question at you and I say, okay, let's take the cheating on the spouse. I gave you the alternative one for that. I said that the marriage wasn't working for you. You were religious. You don't believe in divorces. You're trying to work it out. You went to a counselor, and still this person is just leaving you completely vacuous and empty and lonely. And you are vulnerable to, it's not an excuse, but let's just, pretend that you're in that scenario. And the second one, let's see, we can go with the taxes. So I made that example and I said, you're a soft citizen, you want to give the middle finger to the government, you want to live off the grid, you want to do things your own way. It's not that big of a deal. In fact, you feel kind of like a Renaissance person to cheat the government a little bit out of a couple $1,000s, and you feel it's actually yours. You made the money. It's your due. Versus somebody who's very much into, let's say, socialism, and they believe in educating the kids, and they want to say where the tax money goes, and they want to fund police, fire, whatever it is, and they believe in paying, very strongly in paying their dues so that they get back what they want to put in. They know they're not necessarily going to, but it's their integrity to do so. So if you replace sacrifice your integrity with sell out and take the money out of the deal, does that change your answer too?
It does not. Here's the reason why I'm going to tell you why it doesn't change the answer. There's not a strong difference for, first of all, without having the quote sense of morals, you can't find yourself in integrity. See, morals are the societal standards that we hold on to, knowing the difference between right and wrong and what guide our behavior. Integrity is the consistency of upholding those morals. You can't have one without the other.
Sell out has to do with money. Sacrificing your integrity can be free.
No. Selling out has to do with selling out your morals or your morals and integrity. It doesn't have to do
convictions.
With money. Okay, I got confused when you guys were talking about
any term of monetary or tangible gain for principles.
James, did you understand Goldie Hawn, Kurt Russell's wife, what she just said? Did she break it down to you really good?
I don't like that.
That's a compliment. Relax, Lindsay. You'll be all right. Yeah, white privilege. You'll be safe. You're
I'll be okay. I thought it was just kind of rude.
You'll be all right. James, did you understand?
I think I got the basis of what she was trying to say. Yeah.
All right then. You'll be all right.
Well, see, the basis to that though is still going to change, because, like Resla said, he wouldn't change his answer, and I wouldn't change mine, because of that is a situational thing, and it's not looked at from the good and bad. So if she would have said the same scenario as if, like, when the cheating part was, the dude is cheating on a good wife, not that they going through some problems or whatever. He got to be doing something bad to be in the same point of somebody who's doing the taxes, because taxes are good, right? Because they eventually is going to go out, like you said, and you want to look into more of where the money's going and stuff like that, because you want to help out and so forth. So that's the good part of it. But the person who's doing bad is going to be like, you know what? I'm not going to give my taxes. I'm going to cheat the system. You know what I'm saying? Now, a person who is cheating on their wife, again, if you're having problems, y'all can break up and not be together because of your moral standards and say that you don't want to get a divorce. That doesn't technically you're cheating, but it's set in stone that y'all not together. So you don't have a
but see how you rationalize
with that person, right? No, I'm just saying, I'm not trying to rationalize it. What I'm saying is, you said two different things. I was just saying it would have been more on point if you would have just said something like, if the dude was cheating on his wife and everything was good with the relationship, he was just cheating because he wanted to go out and be promiscuous or something like that, then I will understand what you're saying when you're saying the cheating part, because it'll still all go together. It's all entangled.
One, it might not go against his integrity because
that's my point. And that's my point. You're bringing up the integrity part, but what we're saying is when you're selling out, it doesn't matter. We ain't caring about all that. We're not talking about the money. We're talking about what would you, like he said, tangible. Like this is something for you. You know what I'm saying? Like you have to choose this. You know what I'm saying? So that's why he asked that question the way he asked it. I was just thinking.
Let me try to speak to her point, because even if he said like he had no problem, if you say his integrity, he had no problem cheating on his wife, is because moralistically he didn't think that cheating on his wife was wrong. Remember, the integrity is the consistency of upholding your morals, especially when it's inconvenient. That's what integrity is.
Mm-hmm. Listen,
being in a marriage that doesn't turn out well, but you know that you got married and you know you have responsibilities because that's what you did in your vows, even though you don't like each other. Your integrity,
how is that not
your integrity holds you in that marriage. Because you're still
so do your morals.
Because your integrity is tied to morals. In order for you to have integrity, you must have morals first.
No, not really.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Oh Lord.
Don't get upset.
Meaning, sir.
We getting upset for. I'm just saying.
Bro, I blame James for this shit, bro.
I was just saying, like, no, you don't have to have integrity and morals or entwined in some sort of envelope. No, you don't.
Are you drunk?
Nah, don't say that shit, bitch. Don't do that. I'll fuck you up.
OG, this is nothing new, OG. This is nothing new.
Okay.
You're being linear. You're going, oh, it's either A or B. It's black and white. No, it ain't. No, it ain't.
Go look it up.
We're not doing linear, sir. Lindsay made a good point.
I was married for 10 years. I didn't cheat. I had no reason to cheat. Do you know what I'm saying?
Why?
Because she was fulfilling my needs. Period. Like, what?
No. Why didn't you cheat? Why didn't you cheat? Why?
Because I didn't have to. I didn't want to.
You didn't want to, based on what?
Because she was everything and all. And that's it.
You missing her. I'm talking about you. Why didn't you do so? Because she could have been doing everything and you still could have done it. Why didn't you do
I know. I had lots of fucking opportunities.
Answer the question, bro.
Yo, check down. I'm saying.
Low T. That's why.
Why didn't I? Because I didn't want to.
You didn't want to. Why did you not want to?
Because I didn't find it interesting.
Oh, you didn't find it interesting. Why did you didn't find it interesting? That's very interesting. Why did you find it interesting?
Why are you getting married in the first place?
Women that can tickle your fancy, let me guess. Were there no women that you ran across that were attractive?
Bro, when you get married, right? You should get married to be married. Okay, that's the point.
Okay,
so it's just like,
where did you get that concept from?
Well, I was brought up in the church. What are you talking about?
Wait, are those not moral teachings?
Yeah, I'm a choir boy, so like I was brought up in the church.
Moral teachings, and for you upholding those teachings, would that not be integritous for you to do so?
Yeah.
No,
that's a W, sir.
Integritous is integritous.
No, because I'll tell you why.
Integrity is the part that you're.
You just made my point.
No. I get what you're saying, but it always leads from you. Like, it don't matter what someone's trying to teach you or what someone's trying to tell you or what has been ingrained into your brain in education. At the end of the day, it's down to you. Now, if someone's going to cheat,
what you believe begets your actions, and how you maintain that is what you what you built through.
It's down to you. It's not down to what and who taught you something.
Actually, integrity is kind of like that word discipline. It's when you're considering both positions and you come to some middle ground compromise. It's literally integrity. It's literally discipline. So you're considering more positions that waver. Morality changes depending on what you believe at the moment. This is actually exactly why I say I don't even like to go with morality. I just like to say what is right versus
I get where you're coming from, but I'm just saying discipline ain't a middle ground.
It literally means two positions.
No, you say this based on your
based on I don't understand how this is difficult.
No. Well, it's not that difficult. I'm just saying like some people are in different positions, and I get where he's coming from. I'm not going to argue.
Discipline means two positions considered. That's what it means.
No, the only reason
you break the word down, like literally die.
The only reason why he speaks like this is because he's got someone to ask to.
This is literally.
The only reason why you speak like that is because you got someone to answer to. You can't make decisions by yourself. Every decision you gotta make.
You want to talk.
Are you? No, I'm serious. Like, so are you gonna argue me?
Too. You want to talk?
All right. So if you're gonna get married tomorrow, you're gonna say you want to make that decision by yourself. No, I'm just saying, like, for real, I can see you, bro. I can see you, bro. So, like, look, if you're gonna get married tomorrow, right? Are you saying that's gonna be your sole decision? You can make that sole decision. No. Answer the question. If you're gonna get married tomorrow, it's not gonna be your sole decision. Because I know you're gonna speak to your mother, you're gonna speak to your father, you're gonna speak to your
why
sister. Like, there's gonna be multiple people that you're gonna speak to.
Why is it necessary?
Yeah,
because they're not going to be on your marriage certificate. Why is it necessary?
I don't know.
The person you're speaking to is the person the person you're gonna be combined with. You don't need to be worried about their family.
Yo, but that's what
Are you asking him why he got the divorce?
No.
And he said he was okay. I wasn't sure what you were asking him, that he's having such a trouble.
No one's in trouble.
Trying to make a large distinction between morals and integrity.
Yeah.
And he brought up his marriage. He brought up his marriage, saying that he would not cheat. And I'm like, well, why didn't you cheat? Because she was a great person. You still could have cheated even though she was a great person. People do that shit all the time. I'm explaining to Lindsay.
Lord,
I wouldn't do it. I said, why? He says, because why? Because I was told there was that.
If someone's gonna cheat, they're gonna cheat. Like, if you're
talk over him, come on, dude.
You could have cheated on her because you have integrity.
No, so if someone's gonna cheat, they're gonna cheat. Period. It ain't nothing to do with integrity. Ain't got nothing to do with morals. Ain't got nothing to do with nothing.
Your integrity leads you to choose a moral juxtaposition.
Tell me how it makes sense.
It's just the way it works, bro.
I'll tell you how it makes sense, because they're cheaters. Period. Why are you trying to overcomplicate this? Like, at the end of the day, like, if someone's a murderer, they're a fucking murderer. That's what they do. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Simon, instead of just talking, try to listen to people. It helps. Man, shut the fuck up yourself, dude. You're a fucking retard. You're a head, dude.
Oh, I'm a retard?
You're a fucking head, bro. You've smoked yourself silly.
Why are you talking to me like that? I ain't gonna talk
You're
to
a retard. This is how stupid you are right now, bro.
Okay.
Stop.
I'm supposed to believe you. I'm supposed to believe you.
You don't have to believe me. You don't have to believe
I'm a retard.
What you need to do is to listen more than you talk. Because all you're doing is talking over people. You're not having a conversation.
All right.
You don't even know what the word means.
I want to hear what B Baller was about to say.
Okay.
I'm going to concede here to Resla because I think B
Baller hasn't been able to say shit. So can y'all shut the hell up and let B Baller go?
So the question I have is was the original question asked about how much it would take for you to sell out? Is it intended to find out who has integrity or who doesn't?
Well, and correct me if I'm wrong on Lindsay, but even Lindsay came in with the idea. I think originally she had the whole concept of that if people are selling out, then it would be under the guise of a monetary value in terms of money. But as we broke it down, we said like it's a matter of selling out your principles based on your moral standpoints. It doesn't have to be tied to money, it's just tied to gain. You want to forego principles, the things that you claim to believe to be true, a foundation in your own life, for something tangible. This is why even when I put it for James, I said, even if it's for you and even for the people who could benefit just from you having it.
Okay, so when he said morals, I agree that is very vague. That's a very broad statement, right? I get that, but it's how when he says it, it's actually how he feels. So he's not willing to give up anything for what he says he feels is immoral. Right? That's what he's saying. So I think we have to take him at that.
Sure,
like
but when I asked him what exactly is immoral, he couldn't give me anything.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's very, very broad. But for instance, so let's go back to what Lindsay Lindsay was saying. Cheating on your spouse. I wouldn't cheat on my spouse. Like, there's not an amount of money. I wouldn't take back shots. These things that we were talking about before. There are some people that have a monetary value for that. They've thought of it, and I'm not saying anything's wrong with it, but you cannot have a monetary value for a lot of the things that we're talking about. And you can also have a low monetary value for something that you would probably do normal. Like you said, cheating on your taxes. I've never thought that I would cheat on my taxes before, but I mean,
or it could be a case of hegemony.
Exactly. Sorry.
So, well, no, I want to hold the whole cheating on your taxes, but like cheating on a test. Like, there are some things that you would probably compromise and say that's the limit I would do, which is something small, and it wouldn't require you sitting there saying $500 billion or something like that. But there's a lot of things that I wouldn't do for any amount of money. Like, I don't think I would be able to just murder somebody. Like, if I had to take a life, it would be in self-defense. But I don't think I'd be able to murder someone for any amount of money. I don't think I'd be able to like, I've been with my wife for 30 years. I don't think I'd be right now where I'm coming from. I don't think I would be able to cheat on my wife. Now, you could say you don't know what's going to happen in the future, but right now, the way I'm thinking, I can't see that happening. So I'm just saying that there are some situations where people can say there's no amount of money for certain things.
I love this guy.
I agree with what you're saying, B-Baller, but this is the conversation that I brought forth, that I believe in Clockwork when he was up, he was talking about it, Break even said it, and even OG Man said, we're talking about also the fact that you can make that if you're already in a circumstance where you don't even see yourself ever being in such a situation, where you're not alone. Right. When you're in that, you'd be surprised how much you're willing to consider.
No.
Right.
And there are people that believe that even when they're downtrodden, that they're so high and mighty that they wouldn't make anything to make their lives better.
Absolutely.
Or the around them. And
Simon, you keep saying no. Simon, you keep saying no, but we just watched a whole bunch of people on the panel who have said yes. We are not in that position. I think we would do.
Yeah, but I think there's a difference. Like, I think when people are single, or if they're just like in a relationship where they're just in a relationship, then they might consider cheating or selling out. But if you're actually in a like real thing and you've committed to somebody, then it's completely different.
I'm not in a relationship.
Simon, some people said they'd be willing to.
I'm
some
single.
People said that some people said that there's a monetary value that they would have back shots.
I know, but
if you're single or not, back shots are real, bro.
Well, look, when I got married, there was nothing could. I don't care about money. You know what I'm saying? Like, I make a lot of money, but I'm just saying, like, I don't care about that shit. So, like, there's nothing on God's green earth that could turn around and make me do something untoward my partner. Like, she is everything to me. You know what I'm saying? So
you don't do that, but is there anything you would do for money? Is what I think Resla is saying. What would you sell it for?
I think that's the thing. Like, when you're single, it's different. When you're when you're with a partner, like when you're dedicated to someone, it's a completely different position. So, like, if I was single, right, I'll do anything. Yeah, I'll do anything for money because it's just like I don't give a fuck, right? But like, I got responsibility, so I ain't about to do that. You know what I'm saying?
So your responsibility. So your responsibility is taking over everything. So let me ask you a question, Simon. Since you love this person so much, if you was down on your bad, your ends, y'all was out there, what would you do for this person, sir? Your wife, this person that you just got through telling us about, that you just got through saying that you wouldn't cheat on her, you wouldn't do none of this survival, sir. We on the apocalypse type thing. You said you personally would eat somebody's leg, but what would you do for her?
That's interesting.
You know what? I mean, no. Would you
sell out then, sir? Because the way you talking, you willing to sell out.
All right, look. I appreciate you, OG. Okay, right? Just be careful. Just be careful how you speak to me. No, seriously, because no. I see where you're coming from, bro. Don't think I ain't come from the fucking woods, nigga. Like, at the end of the day, like, my wife has been locked up for fucking 19 months. Who was
I
there?
didn't ask you all that. Don't give us no personal information.
Wait a second. No, wait a second. No.
We go back to that conversation you just had, bro.
Oh, no. I'm answering your question, bro.
So you answering the question with extra information.
Nah, that's what you
we are not
said,
privy to.
right?
Don't give
No. Don't do that.
You're not answering it.
He said, "What would I do for my?" He said, "What would I do for my wife?" That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, bro. Because respect, bro. You brought your wife up, not me.
Going through. Pay attention.
You brought her up, bro, not me. So I'm only sticking to the point that you brought her up as, and it's in good light. So we're gonna leave her in a good light. Don't make it go no other way it need to go. We didn't bring up nothing on your people like that. Listen to what I'm saying.
And in health, right?
Listen to what I'm saying, bro.
Regardless,
you brought your wife up in a good light. We're gonna leave her in a good light. Don't say nothing that's gonna make your wife look crazy, bro. Just keep it to where we were saying.
It's not.
Because I agree with you.
Don't
I agree with you. So I want to see what you think about it.
Around me, okay?
No,
I respect you, bro. I respect you. I'm saying, like,
I'm trying not to do. I'm trying my best not to do you dirty, but it will happen.
Do what the fuck you want. Like at the end of the day, that we're just talking, bro.
No, he's just talking. Had a conversation, player.
Shut the fuck up, Red Jumper. We're speaking. Get the fuck out of here. Some OG shit.
Open your ears, young nigga.
We're talking. It's cool. No, it's cool. Don't worry.
OG shit.
You're being too stupid and too prideful to understand what he's saying. He's actually protecting you right now.
Nigga, are you slow or you dumb, nigga?
I know.
So if you know, why are you like an idiot? He's literally on your side. And you're like a dumbass.
I gave him the answer. No one actually checked it, right?
You didn't. He said, do not say anything that will paint your woman in a bad light. He asked, what would you do for her? He didn't ask you what her condition is.
And what's my answer, Resla?
What did you get? How did that information answer his question?
I said my wife has been locked up for 19 months.
Why is that prevalent to answer his question?
Because he was saying, what did you do for your wife?
No,
what would you do? What would you do? What would you do for your wife? Listen, Simon.
What's funny about that, bro?
Open your ears. Tune in, player. Tune in.
You said you love your wife so much you would do anything for her. What would you be willing to do out of the norm for your wife?
Yeah, you see, this is the thing, right? If you don't understand my answer, you don't get. You know, like if you're there for someone when they're locked up, then you know. Period.
No, all right. Anyway, so I want to speak a little bit because this dude is just absolutely retarded. I want to actually go down the road of my scenario because it seems that I'm maybe one of the only people who understand the question. Okay, I mentioned $500 billion, and I know that I went over this the last episode with OG Do Dirty and you, and
appreciate
just kind of give you guys an idea what I would do if I had $500 billion. I would basically become governor of a state and try to change some things, create kind of a utopia without these chains and cages that I would like to do. I would be the one paying the people. I would be the one divvying out what needs to go where. But the problem with that idea is that now I'm going against what I believe is right and wrong because I'm in charge. The problem with that is hold on, shut up, Simon, because you don't even understand the premise here. Okay?
Yeah, right.
The problem with me doing that is I believe in God and I believe that He alone is sovereign. So if I accept this money and I take this position of power over men, then I am the one who's playing God. And that is a problem for me on the shut up, Simon. On the stage, shut up, dude. Don't need your input. I've considered this so many different ways, okay? I don't need your input. The problem for me is that on the stage of right and wrong, I know it's wrong to play God. If I believe in a God, the true God, if that's the case, if I believe that and I take this position of power, I'm going right against my belief of right and wrong. Now that is a good scenario for the premise that Resla has presented. Now I could come up with some other ones, but this is an honest one. This is a basic freaking question. What would you do that would violate your principles of right and wrong? Hands down. What would you do? Not what would you not do? What would you do?
May I ask a question, Rick?
Yeah, I want to ask a question as well because this
you
is
consider the death penalty to be playing God?
Yes.
It would be? Wait a minute. So God ordered the death penalty to be put in place. So how's that playing God?
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
No, he did not.
Chapter 9 in the first place.
No,
You got multiple times in the law.
He did not tell men to kill men.
Well, it said in Genesis chapter 9, if
you're reading it wrong. I've read it, and I know the scriptures very, very well, and I know what it says. However, when I put myself into a position over another man, now I am his ruler? No, that is not what the book says. Therefore, I am going directly against what I know is written and what I know is right and wrong. I am playing God.
Have you ever had a job?
When he said established government,
have you ever had a job, Rick? Have you
all these things?
Have you worked before?
God lied.
What, Simon?
Have you worked before? Have you had a job?
What? What are you talking about, bro? I am that Southern son. You fucking
that shit was funny as shit. That nigga said, "Have you ever worked before? Have you ever had a job,
bro? You have
who said that? OG? Who said that?
I really am, bro.
Simon.
That nigga Simon, bro.
I'm just saying, like, what you're acting like you want to be God, right? So, have you been employed?
I'm not acting like I want to be God. I'm just a man.
Oh, you
but
said
I know that if I'm put in position over another man to tell him what he can and can't do,
have you been
then I'm
employed?
playing
God. You ain't even answered the question. Have you been employed?
If God put you in that position?
Walmart, any sort of shit. Starbucks, what the fuck? Like, what? Where
Simon,
you
I'm not engaging with a retard.
The
relevance. With what?
Relevance.
I want to answer the question, even if you meant it rhetorically, because it made me think of something that
you were like just living in this bedroom. You gotta say it's like, what the hell? Like, have you actually been employed by somebody apart from your parents?
He doesn't want to answer that.
Apart from your parents.
I'm 40 years old. Okay.
Well, I know you're 40 years old. That's not the point. I'm asking you something else.
What about his point? How about we actually cover his point first, and then we can talk about what the hell you were talking about? What the hell?
He was asking the room, and I think it was rhetorical. Oh my gosh!
He's just trying to be funny. That's what he's been doing the whole time. He's not trying to engage the premise. He's just trying to be funny, trying to insult people. He's a retard.
Yeah, whatever. You can't even say if you've been employed or who employed you. And you're saying I'm a fucking retard. Okay, cool.
Maybe you should just answer it so we can move on.
No, don't answer
I'm not engaging with a retard. This is not what you do. When you walk by the special ed class, you might look in, but you don't open the door and walk in.
You know, the more he talks, the more it makes me think he's just been living at home with his parents.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. That brings up another question. Are you playing God by diagnosing people with mental?
Well, the problem here is that it's more of a spiritual disorder than a mental disorder. But I do believe that there is a problem with the mental problem too. Yes.
But you dodged the question. Would you be playing God to diagnose someone?
Any time that you tell another human being if it's not your child or your family, like if it's like you're married, that's your spouse, what they should or should not do, that is you playing God over another man. Yes.
So did you just play God over Simon by saying he's the R word?
Yeah, he's a retard.
So you just play God over Simon?
And we all do it.
Okay, Lindsay, you have the floor.
Logic fallacy. I had to. I couldn't help myself. It's true though. Okay, really quick. You said what particular things that we deem as being moral, what do we deem as being immoral, why? Just think about that because everybody's different. And I was thinking about hypergamy and how that is something that actually I could deem as being immoral, and a lot of people could. It doesn't seem right. And yet it's so highly practiced, and it's just like divorce or cheating. It's just so. You're looking at me kind of funny, Resla. You know, hypergamy. You know what I mean?
I'm just hearing. Don't mind me. Don't mind me.
I didn't know if I needed to define it or not, or.
No, you're good.
Okay, so you're moving up. Say some other guy makes twice the amount of money as your husband or your boyfriend, and you move on to that guy, or you think he's more handsome, or he carries more clout, a better reputation, whatever it is. This is a kind of a red pill argument against women, them saying that they like to be hypergamous, and that how could they be in love with you when they insist on getting the better, smarter, sweeter, cuter, richer man. And it sounds like just a complaint and sour grapes, but it's actually true that people do that all the time. Older men go for a younger woman, or look at Leonardo DiCaprio. He keeps getting older and older, and his girlfriends keep getting younger and younger. He can do that. Is there anything really wrong with that? No, if the girls are mutually into the relationship, but I'm just saying a lot of people, they've been together for a long time and they'll just dump the wife or dump the husband for the next best thing. And so I was thinking that is something that people ignore, and it would seem to be immoral and against your integrity and against a lot of different people's sense of morality and good and bad. Well, why do we all skip over it? Like, nobody says, can you believe, he married a younger woman, or he has more money. What a jerk she is, and we're going to ignore her. And
don't
do that. They don't judge it.
Can we also look at the point that a lot of people who want to point fingers and call somebody else out on something like a sellout, whatever, it's really people who just are not in the position to do it themselves?
Yes. You're saying that they're jealous or envious, and that it's not really that big of a deal. It's just that
it's their lack of options. It's shining a spotlight on their lack of options.
Yeah, that's a fact.
You could say that.
I'm never gonna worry about if I'm gonna be with somebody. Like I got 10 people knocking at my door every day, regardless, and I ain't got nothing to do with nothing. It ain't about money.
Listen, though, this sounds immoral to me. I'm married to Brick, and we take our vows, and we're both religious, blah 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 blah. He sees a really hot 20-year-old, and even though we've been married for 10 years or something, he's like, bye-bye, you're too old for me, I'm not interested anymore, she does it for me. Why is that not immoral? When you make vows and you promise to someone under God. And
it's kind of weird if a grown man, if a grown man is gonna go after a 20-year-old, it's weird. Okay, there's something else going on.
It's common.
Oh,
it's not that common. It ain't that common. Trust me.
Wait a minute. The age gap thing.
Stop it. We already know that's common throughout all human history. Stop it.
No way.
We don't have to talk about age gap.
There's no way I'm going for a 20-year-old.
Fine. You, but you don't speak for all humanity.
What, why, Simon? Why?
Are you gonna do it?
Why not?
No, I'm just asking. Are you gonna do it?
But why not?
You have a problem with it because you know why?
You're gonna go after a 20-year-old?
You don't want the world.
No way.
Why not, Simon?
No, it's gross.
Is it morality?
It's gross.
Oh,
it's gross.
Okay.
It's
gross.
Okay,
is it morality?
That's your
is it this
opinion.
thing that you
I got 20-year-old daughters. There's no way in hell I'm going
I
after 20-year-old.
I remember. You told me I would bust a nut if I seen her. I remember.
Oh my God.
You're damn fucking right, because she is fine as hell. And at the end of the day, no. No way am I going after no 20-damn-year-old in my 40s. That's crazy.
You're starting to sound like Trump. He wants to do his own daughters.
Facts, Lindsay. Facts.
I don't know what. Look, if a man turn around and speak to you like that, walk and run. No, it's gross.
Is it integrity?
Well, you're okay saying that they're hot. But it's gross to go after them. What the?
You're gonna rub down a 20-year-old in your late
Okay, maybe that's a horrible example because we're getting stuck on the age thing. There's many ways hypergamy can work. It can be that you found someone that makes more money. Okay, we'll just take that one because it makes
money, man.
It's
yeah,
less.
Simon's getting stuck on the age thing.
No, it ain't the age thing. I don't care about money.
How is it not?
Anyone can make money.
I'm asking Resla.
All it takes is a couple of lessons and a couple of courses and a fucking degree. That's what it takes to make money. Look, I ain't rubbing up on no fucking 20-year-old. Do you understand? It's weird.
If you really don't take no courses and degrees,
not weird.
Money.
It's weird.
It really
doesn't. Look, if you don't have children, you don't know. Okay, look, I have children.
If I don't have kids, blah, blah. You sound
so acting like some retard.
If I had,
look, I'm just saying, like,
I still wouldn't be saying my daughter's
hot. When you do, you'll know. But I'm just saying, like, no,
when you do, you'll know. You sound retarded.
I would rather, if I had a
20-year-old bitch,
I would rather her get with a man who's more stable,
done
even if he's like 37.
A job in trying to get me, specifically me, to talk about my family. When I've said many times,
like the Miz all the time, like you're in the wrong roster.
On Resla's platform, when I come up here, I don't talk about my family. That's not why I come up here, bro. Maybe that's why you want to come up here. But when I come up here, I don't talk about nobody in my family. Okay. I talk about my opinion about certain topics.
Calm down.
But you tried many times to get me to talk about my family. Now you want to talk about your family.
Calm down, bro.
Into it, dude.
Whatever.
Dox my family.
Calm down. Like,
I don't dox my
you and your family.
Stop asking about my family.
At any point did I mention this man's family?
Simon.
No point did I mention
Simon, this is the last time I'm going to tell you. Stop asking me about my family.
What? Where did that come from? That's strange. At no point did I mention your family.
You've tried so many times to get me to talk about my family.
When did I mention this guy's family?
You don't know me, guy.
Nobody
talks about
who I am.
I didn't even say your name.
Me about my family.
I made up a hypothetical one in an attempt to garner empathy for the woman or women who get dumped, or for the men who get dumped. So it was just a hypothetical. You don't have to talk about your family at all.
So where did he get that from me? Because I was really out of the blue for me. I was just like, what? He's like, oh, you're talking about my family? I was like, what?
Because you have, dude.
Anyway,
when?
Keep bringing it up.
Yes, Lindsay.
If you had a wife, if you had kids, if you had the parents and the
No, that means I'm talking about your family, because I'm talking about my kids.
Trying to get me to talk about my family, and I'm not going to do it. So stop asking.
I wasn't even speaking to you. What's wrong with you?
It's a flex, bro. It's a flex to try to get other people to talk about their family.
I don't know about that shit. I don't know what you're talking about.
You're trolling. You've been trolling.
I wasn't speaking to you.
All right. All right.
The premise.
Lindsay, what were you saying to me?
Okay, I both liked and I'm confused by your answer, which is, I gave that example of whose business is it when there's an age gap kind of thing, and maybe you're just jealous because there's a better, hotter, younger looking thing in town, or just because you can't get the caliber of woman, and that's your friend that's dating the 22-year-olds and he's having kids even though he's in his 40s, and because she's at the very fertile age. And I liked the way that you didn't judge it, and you kind of said, hey, it's not your business. If it works for them, stay out. Kind of what you said, but on the other hand, I'm confused because I'm thinking, how can this not be a problem? Because it seems immoral. Well,
let's be honest. A lot of people even will try to frame laws and everything of being things that are being under the guise of being immoral based on what people can do and what people can't. Whether it's been class or power or whatever. There are people who say that things are immoral simply because there's a good-looking guy out there who's able to live life pretty cushy just based on his looks. Same like for beautiful women, young or not, and yet there's people out there who have money that's like, I don't understand why I can't have the same look that they do, and yet therefore what they do is that they impose restrictions on them.
So if you had a sister, she got dumped by a husband who wanted a younger woman, even though they were married and she wanted to stay married and she was happy. You wouldn't really console her. You would say that's the way it is and not going to judge it. And he's not immoral. That's just the way it goes.
I'm not going to judge something. I'm not going to judge something that's been already taken on between the things of time, because here's already the first thing. You know who you married. If there were other things involved that were asked upon or things that were agreed upon both sides, because here's the truth of the matter, Lindsay, you could do everything right and still wind up single.
Facts.
That's true. It just seemed like a kind of a paradox to me. Not judging, but at the same
this
time,
is why I also tell people, it doesn't matter. Like as much as it's hard to hear, it doesn't matter what happens to you. It matters what you do next.
Yeah, makes sense.
That's just the way I look at it. It happened. You get a small window of grief because you don't have a lot of time. You have to move on to the next thing because the world does not owe you understanding.
So then my next question to follow up really quickly is overall, I got the feeling that since you said we're fallible people and we have cognitive dissonance and we're not in a desperate situation, so we may or may not know what we would do in given desperate situations. And then you said people do rotten things sometimes in the name of desperation.
Yep.
If we are all going to be doing this, then what? Now what? Now what?
If we're going to be doing what? I'm sorry.
If we're going to be doing these things like cheating and stealing and doing the immoral things that you're talking about, which we do.
No, we don't.
What do we? Yes, we do.
I don't.
Honestly speaking, we do what we've always been doing. This is not a new phenomenon.
I don't appreciate that. Like, I get where you're coming from, but like, not everyone cheats and steals. You know what I'm saying?
I think you were for the beginning of his monologue when he was.
No, he's not even paying attention. Like, here's the thing: not everybody cheats and steals, but enough people do. That's the point.
Yeah, but enough people don't.
It's not a rarity.
Enough people don't cheat and steal at the same time. So why is she turning around and going, "Oh, how come?"
Simon, what do you hear more about in everyday life? People who do the right thing.
In my life, I don't hear this shit. That's why I have this. In my life, I don't hear about this shit. I don't have someone turning around saying everyone cheats and steals.
Well, you can open your eyes and see the world around you. More people talk about the people who do things that are wrong rather than people do things that are right. This is why when I grew up watching the news, you know what you would see? Bad shit. But you know what also you hear about? Good things that happen. You know what I mainly see now? Bad shit. I don't really hear about good things that happen because why? No one's interested in good.
You want to move, then get away from your environment. Do something about it. You know what I'm saying? Like if you got a negative perspective about everything all the time, it's crazy.
On every news network. Wait, you know what? Everybody up here, and everybody who's also in the chat. If you're old enough, I'm in my 40s. If you're old enough, remember the time when you can actually look at your late night news and they would tell you about such and such and the car crash and this is going on and voting system here. And at the end, before you got the where your children are kind of thing, you would get the whole. And on this, we have a shocking thing of a house being burned down and a guy ran in and saved the whole family and such and such. How often do you see that now?
Rare, if at all.
And yet, I'm here in New York. How many times do you hear? How many times do you hear fire trucks go by? I don't hear no reports of people being saved.
Now, would that be because people are overwhelmingly good? Obviously not. He's trying to say people are subject to fallibilities, to weaknesses, to vulnerabilities because they're getting more desperate. He's not saying the world sucks altogether and people are all evil. I'm just saying to him asking him honestly, okay, now that that's the way it is, now what? Are we going to change ourselves anymore? No, we're evidently not going to do anything.
In order for us to even do the attempt of changing ourselves, you would have to change the very fabric of the human condition.
This is a minority.
That's going to be something good luck. Because how do you indoctrinate? And that's really what it is. How do you indoctrinate an entire species?
Why are you talking about getting yourself together or something rather than everyone's bad? God damn.
The only one that can change the entire species for the better is God.
Listen.
That is the only one. God is the only
one. Who speaks like that? Not for real. Like if I listen, this is why
folks, wait, everybody heard. I never once said the word bad. In fact, my very words were, the world is the way it is. The world doesn't owe you understanding. You have to move on. Things happen all the time. What happens is what you do.
You're speaking reason. I understand what you're saying.
Guess what? I speak
what
a lot.
she's saying is something else. Like
I'm
she's
very
going,
reasonable.
oh, it's all doom and gloom, and it's just like, yo, that's just the world. No, it ain't. I'm just saying, like, I know, like 90% of people in my life do not bring me upset and unhappiness. Like,
tell
that's
me
crazy.
where in the world it doesn't happen.
Everywhere.
It happens. It just happens everywhere.
If your environment, if you choose to go, look. I live in London. Like, there's one road, there's two roads. Listen to me for a second. I could go down one.
It in.
I
now
ain't
it's
even
going
talking
way
to
to
you,
fuck
bro.
off again.
Oh my Lord, Jesus Christ! No, we're not going nowhere. Shut your mouth. Look, I could go down one road,
shut
right?
the fuck up yourself, you fucking head.
All right, whatever. Look, I could go down one road. It's a ghetto. It's a ghetto. It's a ghetto, right? If I go down to that estate,
everywhere, right?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm. If I choose to walk down that road and get invested in the ghetto,
whether you're rich, you're
I'm
poor,
gonna be in the ghetto.
That means it's a prominent area where, because you can't have a ghetto without a prominent area, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So Hollywood Hills, there's
it's your choice. It's an environmental thing.
Everywhere, right? So that means you can find something everywhere, regardless of where you go. So what do you mean by no? But it's everywhere.
Go to Mar-a-Lago, you'll find the ghetto. Go to Long Island, you'll find the ghetto. What the hell?
What are we doing here?
I mean, it's your choice. So
yeah, there's a ghetto everywhere.
If you choose,
even out in the country, there's a ghetto.
If you choose to go down that road,
there's a ghetto out in the country. There's a ghetto out
a ghetto in Mar-a-Lago.
I mean, there's a ghetto. There's ghettos everywhere.
No, there's not a ghetto in Mar-a-Lago. No,
there's not a ghetto in Mar-a-Lago.
No.
Wait a minute, Mar-a-Lago?
Yeah, Mar-a-Lago. There's no ghetto there.
There's no ghetto in Mar-a-Lago. I'm just saying, look.
Is that the only place? Because most places have ghettos.
Places like that.
There are ghettos
Fifth
everywhere.
Avenue.
Okay,
is that a ghetto?
You just need to make that turn, and you'll end up in there. I'm just saying, like, if you choose to go down that road, that's what you're gonna. That's your life. Do you know what I'm saying? You chose to do that.
Doing? You're
don't act like you didn't.
Hey, you didn't choose to be in the ghetto always. Whoa.
What would you do for money, Simon? Would you suck a dick?
Now life just happens.
$10.
I bet you'd do it for free.
I don't need to. I'm cool. Don't worry about it. I'll own everything you own, and you ain't even gonna know about it.
Yeah, I forgot. Everybody on YouTube is six figures. I forgot. You're running that narrative too. Yeah.
Yep. I'm cool. Don't worry about me. I'm comfortable. But I'll take $10 at the same time. I don't care. I'm stingy like that.
That's crazy work.
Boy.
Bro, what are you chuckling at?
I'm chuckling at you with your weird ass fucking.
No, you're not chuckling at me. You're chuckling for some reason, and it ain't at me.
Every time
you've been chuckling the whole time you've been up here.
Every time you speak, your mouth is like jam. I'm just like, yo,
it could be spiritual. I'm not sure what it is. Maybe it's just because you're ahead.
I swear to God, you don't know who you're talking to. I'm listening to you. I'm laughing at.
No, you're not. Bro,
yes,
you have not been
already got in touch with your grandparents. You don't even know who the hell.
You
don't know who you're speaking
if you're
to,
talking at the same time.
I got in touch with your grandparents about 5 minutes ago.
Oh my God, this guy.
And you know they're still alive, right?
Oh my God. I
was kind of surprised.
What would you do? What would your price be?
I was surprised. I was like, oh shit, they're still alive.
Is it $10 for real?
Yeah, that's.
Is it legit $10? You would just sell out for $10. Right now, you'd sell out for $10. That's it. $10. Good Lord.
Rand Lindsay,
I won't trust him.
For $10.
Let's not trust him if he's so low of a price.
I mean, $10, bro.
I mean, that's low.
Hell, GS would sell out for 20. At least, his price is double. $20. Come on now.
Well, that was not much better in my opinion. But
I'm saying though, $10. Really?
Yeah. Why not?
Wow. Is that because that's what the phone bill is?
If I had to take a dollar sign, it wouldn't be 20.
Can you count to 10?
Yeah, I can count past 10.
You go on then.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Why
5,
are you
6, 7,
entertaining
8,
him?
9,
Why?
10, 12.
Why are you entertaining him?
I don't know, because I don't know if he's being
Woo!
Why?
You see this shit? You calling me a fucking retard? Okay, cool. Jesus,
you
Christ.
are.
Yeah, of course I am. Of course.
And plus, I'm tired.
I mean, I don't mean
good.
nothing by the insults. It's discipline for you.
All right. Well,
the
there's
truth
no
is
way
in there somewhere.
can teach me anything.
Trying to say, hey, there's truth in there. Consider both positions.
Hey, look, no, I'm real. If you actually taught me something, I'll give you a gravitas. You know what I'm saying? But
so what is discipline? So what does discipline mean, Simon?
That means anything.
So what does discipline mean?
Well, I don't know. What does discipline mean?
It means two positions considered. Did I teach you something today?
No. That ain't the.
That is exactly what it means. Two positions considered.
You just made that
exactly
shit
what
up.
it means. But you don't accept that because you're a retard.
It literally isn't.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Look, I'm a wordsmith. You can't.
No, apparently you're not. You're not.
Like it bounced out. I couldn't hear what you said. Did you say something?
Said no, sir. You're not a wordsmith.
Oh, what? You can hear me now? I can hear
I can hear you.
You said I ain't wordsmith.
able to hear you.
Is that what you said? Okay, cool. I mean, I ain't got shit to prove to nobody. I'm just saying I am. I'm very big on words. Like I know, like that's my whole thing. So I don't care what people say.
No offense, but I think you're trying to prove something, maybe.
So then, what does the suffix di mean? The suffix di. What does that mean?
The suffix of di. I mean, what definition are you talking about? You're making a reference to something that's
you're a wordsmith.
Yeah, and what you talking about? Like, there's different types of words for different types of things. So what are you talking about? Di suffix, like suffix or annex, or like I don't know what you're talking about. Like you're just trying to be clever.
It literally goes into the word that he was talking about, like discipline, which means double.
No, it don't. No,
it means two. Die means two.
Okay, well, cool for you. Yeah,
die. It means two. Yeah, di. And then sight means position.
Oh, does it now? Okay.
Yeah, and then when you put the ine on the end, it's the consideration of, right? So it's two positions considered.
No. But look, think about it. You got discipline. You got dilemma. Come on.
Yes, dilemma. That's another one. Yes.
What about dissection?
Yeah. Dichotomy. Diversity.
It is very interesting, though.
You're a wordsmith, though.
Yeah, of course. I'm listening to this shit. I'm like, okay.
Dipole. Oh my god. No, I mean because like here's the thing, right? So when I came up, I was really considering multiple positions. Because I was actually considering not just two positions, I was considering multiple positions of morality, which is subjective. It's on a scale, in my opinion. And so I said, you know what? Throw morality out. Just let's go to right and wrong. Now that is two very simple positions. And if you can go by those two positions, that's a good base. That's a foundation.
You're right. Yeah.
Right
base
and
like
wrong.
What? Base like what?
It's a foundation.
Base like what though? Base like what?
Like foundation? In building? You don't. Oh my God. Do I need to explain to you what?
No, you don't. You don't need to do anything. That's cool.
I feel like I'm back in English class.
Yeah, I know. That's what I said. It sounds like Sesame Street, right? So that's cool.
I used to write these stories about my English teacher and she had like a twitchy eye. It was absolutely horrible. And I would write it. It would be part of my journal. And I would just be talking more of this. I would just be writing about the teacher's twitchy eye, and then I would show it to my classmate. He'd read it, and he'd be cracking up laughing. And it was crazy because I actually had to turn these in. And she didn't think it was funny, but I was good at writing, so she had to give me good grade. So
that's good to hear.
And she liked me too. She thought I was a good kid in school.
Nah, I applaud you. No, that's a hard thing. I mean, I have to say for my maths teacher, she had really bad breath. Like
that was a horrible story about a bad principal applied. Hey, I sold out so that I could get some chuckles.
Oh, you sold out, did you? Oh, you see, now we got there. I was trying to get there. You sold out.
I knew it was wrong.
There you go. Boom. Bada boom.
At least, see, here's the thing. How can I get this? How can I understand exactly what you're talking about selling out? What would you do that you know is wrong? And I've done it. I've literally done it.
Wow, we got there in the end, right? Out of all of it. So how much did it take?
Just blah, 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 blah.
How much did it take for you to sell out?
A few chuckles from my classmates.
It don't take much, does it? Mm-hmm. Damn. And I was the same, and I told you. That's why I said, look, I put a figure on it. I was like $10. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, bro, you're cheaper than that. You are. You sold out for a few chuckles.
I don't care.
And troll.
You're damn right. Exactly. I don't care.
We're running on our last bits. Running on the fumes now, folks. Running on the
I'm
fumes.
gonna let you go. Thank you, Resla, for having me up. I appreciate you. Everyone on the platform, you do your business, okay? It's been an honor, like rocking with you, Britt. I know you're a legend. Don't worry about it. I'll catch you next time, okay?
Sure, Simon. Anytime. Okay. All right. Anyone else got anything to say before we start closing this out a little bit? Want to get into a little bit of something, or we got a little bit of time?
I did too much talking. I know it.
Yeah, and Simon said everything that I'd want to say. So
I did way too much myself.
Oh man, that was there was a lot going on there. Time just went by. I was like, wait, what time is it now? Oh man,
made time fly though.
I love it.
Yeah, I suppose so.
I appreciate you having.
Guess I'm happy I ain't working today. I'm not working today. Shit.
Having these panels, helping some folks on the old internets figure some issues out.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to thank everybody who came up. Of course, everybody who supported on the show. Of course, let me just do a quick little roundabout. So we had Mayo that was up in here. We had Tom in here. We had OG, and then of course we had Crazy Mama. I do appreciate you guys for actually donating everything. Always just gets funded back into this. Actually, I'm probably gonna have to see what the next pool is so I can figure out how we're gonna do this for a particular investment that I'm trying to build up for next quarter. So everything goes into that. Oh, it's gonna be very interesting because it means I got a lot of work, a lot of physical labor too. But it's gonna be all worth it. It'll be all worth it. But I do thank you guys for it.
Well,
so anything in particular you guys plan on doing before, or rather with the rest of your nights, or you just calling it quits for the rest of the night?
Probably call it quits for the rest of the night.
I gotta be up in the next hour and a half, take some kids to school, and then go to work. So,
damn it, you've been up this entire time.
I have.
You're asking for it. You are asking for it.
I am.
Well, I'm gonna have to stay up today too, even though I've been up all night. So I get his feeling.
Well, I think I'm just gonna do a little bit of editing, and I'm gonna probably try to relax because I'm definitely not gonna be tired after drinking this for a little bit. So
Yeah. I'm probably gonna try to lay down and get some sleep. I should have been asleep hours ago, but
I appreciate you as well, Brick. Brick with 99, appreciate you.
Thank you as always for hooking me up.
Yep. Yeah, I got some things I got to drop this week myself. So no, I have to get some sleep, and that way I can get some editing done as well. So appreciate you having me.
Yep. All right. Tell you what, let me just talk to everybody for a little bit, and then yeah, I guess we'll try to close out for today. I can't even think right now. That whole thing with Simon is a lot. He's a lot. He's a lot sometimes. All right. Let me just do a quick job, and I'll end it with you guys, and we'll be going for the night. So, folks. All right. So we've been talking a bit. This has actually been pretty good. Even when it was getting a little hectic with Simon, it kind of brought him back into some points, and then he was kind of going off, but he brought him back, and it was because I was gonna actually rule on that voting for you guys, man. But then he started turning around a little bit, and I'm just like, All right. I guess I'm gonna leave you with now I'm losing myself. What were we talking about? Oh, selling out. So I guess next time that you're ever in a situation where temptation pretty much is it feels real, it feels like often something too good to pass up on. I just want you to remember, I guess, pretty much the conversation that we've kind of had today, but also some of the things I was mentioning earlier. I want you guys to remember that you'll know what price is actually the thing that's going to be for you when it comes knocking at your door. And honestly, don't pretend like you have it all. You have all the answers. You get all figured out, especially even right now. Honestly, I would just say be yourself, because when you're there in that particular moment, when it comes up, you're only going to make the best answer that you can for yourself in that moment. Until next time, keep yourself safe, keep your family members safe, and of course, stay opinionated, guys. And I will see you on the next one. I will figure out who the heck we are actually going to maybe raid to. I'll do some quick looking on that. But until then, I'll see you in the next one. Take care of yourselves, y'all.